Life still goes on. I can't get used to live without.
Testing 1 2 1 2.
By my side.
Check 2 2.
Hey, God knows. Got to make it mine.
Check 3 3.
So baby, can't you see? I've got to break free.
Check check check.
I've got to break free. I want to break free. Yeah. I want to break free.
Check check check. Check it. Check 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 check. Check 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 check. Check check check. Test test test. Test. Test test test. Check check check. Test test test. Test 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 test. Test test. Test 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 test. Testing 1 2.
I turned on the lights, the TV, and the radio. Still I can't escape the ghost of you. What has happened to it all? Crazy some say. Where is the light that I recognize? But I won't cry for yesterday. There's an ordinary world. Somehow I have to find. And as I try to make my way to the ordinary world, I will learn to survive. Passion or coincidence once prompted you to say, pride will tear us both apart. Well, now bright, gone out the window, cross the rooftops, run away, left me in the vacuum of my heart. What is happening to me? Crazy some say. Where is my friend when I need you most? But I won't cry for yesterday. There's an ordinary world. Somehow I have to find. And as I try to make my way to the ordinary world, I will learn to survive.
Dance merengue with your mama. Dance merengue, know you wanna. A little Mark Anthony, it'll bring it right back to me. Dance merengue with your mama. Dance merengue, know you wanna. A little Mark Anthony, it'll bring it right back. Hey, goddamn, how you did it like that? Love skirt with a booty underneath it like that. Hot like a summer girl, you're so fine, and you know I'm trying to give it to you all the time. Don't wanna let you go, don't you put the wall up like Mexico. I ain't trying to get you up like Texaco. I just really wanna let you know. Cause I know what you need to make it through the night. Yeah, I can get you right. And I know what you need to make it through the night. I can ease you, my baby. Boricua, morana, Boricua, morana, Dominicana, Colombiana, Americana, Italiana. Hey! Dance merengue with your mama. Dance merengue, know you wanna. A little Mark Anthony, it'll bring it right back to me. Dance merengue with your mama. Dance merengue, know you wanna. A little Mark Anthony, it'll bring it right back. I just wanna let you know, I'ma take this dance, never let you go. I know how you really feel if the rest don't know. She said, I ain't really trying to professional. Fuck it, let's be professional. I know, to get, never get to know. I ain't trying to save nothing, but on my insurance, I need to find me a girl on her progressive flow. Cause I know what you need to make it through the night. Yeah, I can get you right. And I know what you need to make it through the night. I could ease you, my baby. Boricua, morana, Boricua, morana, Dominicana, Colombiana, Americana, Italiana. Hey! Dance merengue with your mama. Dance merengue, know you wanna. Little Mark Anthony, it'll bring it right back to me. Dance merengue with your mama. Dance merengue, know you wanna. A little Mark Anthony, it'll bring it right back. Dance merengue with your mama. Dance merengue, know you wanna. A little Mark Anthony, it'll bring it right back to me. Dance merengue with your mama. Dance merengue, know you wanna. A little Mark Anthony, it'll bring it right back to me. Dance merengue. Dance merengue with your mama. Dance merengue. Dance merengue with your mama.
Yeah, baby.
Oh, baby, when it's all like that, you make the woman go mad. So be wise and keep on reading the signs about it. I'm on tonight and I'm a hit online. I'm starting to feel it's right. All the traction, the tension. Did you see, baby, this is perfection.
Hey God, I can see your body moving. And you're driving me crazy. Hey God, the hell there's nothing inside it. Till I saw you dancing. And when you walk up with it, it's so nobody cannot ignore. The way you move your body, girl. And if it is so unexpected, the way you right and left it. So I can keep on taking it.
Oh, baby, when it's all like that.
Thank you. Good morning. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Let me check the time here. 9:07, so we're late. Sorry. We're getting a late start here. We have 195 people, 7 people checked in and a long line here. So I'm going to get going with some of the preliminaries. And we have a couple things to cover. First is some acknowledgements, and the other a couple committee reports. So first, we have to acknowledge, as we should, those servants, volunteers that are retiring this year. And we have 3 people from 3 different boards, the select board, school committee, and the planning board. So first, let me start with the select board and recognize Linda. Nishan Mutafian has put in 3 terms, I believe, and we were fortunate to have his insight in those 9 years, and Linda wanted to say a couple words. There she is. Yeah. Or, yeah. Yeah. Scott, is that white, Mike?
Okay.
There it is.
Okay. Good morning, everybody. I promised to keep this brief, so I just want to take a couple of minutes to recognize Selectman Nishan Mutafian for his 9 years of service to the town. Nishan's last select board meeting will be Monday night, when he will be presented with well-deserved proclamations of gratitude. But in the meantime, it's only fitting that we as a community also have the opportunity to say thank you. Nishan was first elected to the select board in 2012 and has worked tirelessly for all of us ever since. Not only has he been a valued member and chair of the select board, but over the years has also served on a variety of other boards and committees, including the Affordable Housing Trust Fund Board, Electric, Water, and Wastewater Subcommittees, the School Building Committee, most recently the Strategic Planning Working Group, and one of my personal favorites, the Shellfish Advisory Board. I'm sure I probably missed a couple, but suffice it to say, he has devoted countless hours of time and expertise to make Ipswich a better place. Nishan, as residents, we have always been able to count on your integrity, fairness, and approachability. As a member of the Select Board and the Shellfish Advisory Board, I have truly valued your leadership and insight and your unwavering commitment to the town's best interests. On a personal note, it has been a great pleasure to work with you. I have always appreciated being able to rely on respectful conversation and excellent advice, even when we disagreed on certain issues. Before the pandemic, one thing we never agreed on was having town meeting on a Saturday. So I admit to taking just a little bit of selfish delight to send you off at a Saturday morning town meeting. On behalf of the Select Board and the residents of Ipswich, thank you, Nishan, for 9 years of outstanding service and dedication to our town. Enjoy the precious gift of time and don't be a stranger. We wish you and Denise all the best and look forward to seeing you at future town meetings, even if on a Saturday morning. Thank you.
Let me just say, just to supplement that I work with, as the moderator, you work with the select board from time to time. It's been a pleasure working with Nishan and all his valuable input. Next, we have Chubb Whitten, chair of the school committee, acknowledging Carl Nyland's service. And Carl has been here, I think, 3 terms. And I can tell you, I've had a number of conversations with Carl, many cups of coffee over Zoom meetings about how things go. And I want to, before Chubb gives it in detail, thank you very much for your thoughtful input, and we need more people like that. So, Chubb?
Thank you all for coming today. But before we turn to Carl, on behalf of the school committee, I would like to thank our students, parents, teachers, staff, and administrators for making this year the success it has become. Our school district has been open. Our school district has been open and operating with our students in chairs, both in person and remotely, since September. Never before have I personally been involved with so many people working together for the common goal of keeping our system operating under historic adverse conditions. We are truly grateful for all involved. Now to Carl. Thoughtful, considerate, inquisitive, articulate, respectful, innovative, and persistent. These are just a few of the descriptors that define Carl Nyland. The students, staff, school committee, and community at large have been fortunate to have Carl devote these past 9 years to his tenure on the committee. I'd like to thank his family for the loan. He's been chair for 2 terms, vice chair for 2 terms, subcommittee chair, too numerous to count, and a member. Accomplishments that Carl has been part of include settling the Feffy's Trust situation and creating the new Feffy's Trust that is now grown to enable this year's contributions to our schools to be $889,360. Stabilizing the school budget through an operational override, and the hiring of 2 superintendents. This year, and this speaks to Carl, this year, in addition to being vice chair, where he's been an excellent collaborator and partner, Carl has served on budget and operations subcommittees, FEFIs, reopening and oversight, school facilities, and Vision 2030 working groups, and is a liaison on the Climate Resiliency Committee, Community Development Plan, there's something else here, and the Strategic Working Group. We're going to need a team to fill his voids. Recently, the school committee has experienced an influx of new members. Carl's guidance and institutional knowledge has been crucial to smooth transitions and operations. Our committee meetings may be a little shorter in the future without Carl's. Just one more question, though. Carl, our community is thankful for your tireless dedication. I'm appreciative for all the attention you've given us. We all look forward to your next chapter. I know it doesn't end here. Thank you.
Thank you, Chuck. And lastly, Keith Anderson, Chair of the Planning Board, is stepping down. He's been chair on the Planning Board for 8 years, chair for the last couple, and has done a very, very good job managing that. As you know, that can be like herding cats. So our hats off to you, Keith. Thank you very much. Okay, a couple committee reports, one from the Public Safety Building Committee and one from the Climate Resilience Committee. Let's start with Mr. Weatherall from the Public Safety Building Committee. Yep, there he is. Welcome.
Good morning, I'm Bob Weatherall, Ipswich Public Safety Facility Committee co-chair. Sorry, I'm so happy it turned around, I got cocky. Bob Weatherall, Labor and Vane Road, Public Safety Facility Committee co-chair. And I brought with me a prop. This is our feasibility study final report. It was just delivered to Town Hall yesterday as a print copy. It's about 500 pages of detail. It is the result of 5 years of effort since the Select Board saw the acute need of doing something about our aging and inadequate public safety buildings, and created a committee to look into how we would solve that problem. We'll hear the details of how we can do it. As you know, we have come to the conclusion, our consultant has come to the conclusion. Oh, and by the way, this report was delivered to the town under budget. The consultant, with our support, concluded that the best answer, as you know, is to build one new facility for all the various aspects of public safety in Ipswich, to give ourselves as a community what we need to move into the 21st, 22nd centuries with adequate facilities. Now, last fall, we all stood here in this tent, or sat in this tent, and there was appropriate talk about the need for the voters to know more about what other aspects of infrastructure this town needed to address. There was a lot of talk about the things we need to build, to repair, and so forth. And since then, the Strategic Planning Group has done the report, which places all those things in context, puts sort of hierarchy on when they should be done. There's nothing on that list that's any higher than solving the public safety facility needs. We will be back as a committee in the fall asking your support for the design and funding of new facilities at Pine Swamp Road site, the site that you all supported the purchase of in October. It is our duty as a committee to continue to communicate with all of you, to be available to all of you, to answer any of your questions, to listen to any thoughts you have, ideas you have, concerns you have, and we as a group will make ourselves available in any way we can. You can always look at the website we've created, which is accessible through various town hall portals, including police and fire. There's video tours of the facilities you can take on that. It's really revealing about what we are working with currently. And again, we as a committee are doing our best to remain accessible, to be good listeners, to be available to all of you, so in October you have all you need to make a vote in favor of new facilities. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bobby. Next, Mike Johnson is going to give us a report for the Climate Resilience Committee.
Good morning. My name is Mike Johnson. I'm the chair of the Climate Resiliency Committee, and I'm going to provide a short summary of some of the activities that the committee has accomplished over the past year, as well as some information on upcoming projects. Appointed by the town manager in 2018, the Climate Resiliency Committee comprises of municipal staff, town boards and committee representatives, and citizens with expertise in climate change, renewable energy, and energy conservation. The committee's initial efforts helped shepherd the town through the Green Communities application process, which was completed in February of 2020. The Green Communities program provides grants for implementing energy efficiency in municipal buildings and transportation and adopt energy efficiency policies. The town received its first year $149,000 grant that will be used to help make energy conservation and efficiency improvements in the schools and municipal buildings. The program's goal is to reduce the municipal government's energy use by 20% in 5 years, saving the town money on utility bills and building upgrade costs. Also in 2020, the committee initiated a climate resolution for the municipal government, which sets goals for zero carbon emissions by 2040, meaning that 100% of the energy used is free of fossil fuels. The resolution stipulates that new municipal buildings should have all electric heating with energy efficient heat pumps, and by 2040, 100% of this switch's electricity should be from non-carbon sources, such as wind and solar. The resolution was approved by the Select Board, the School Committee, and the Finance Committee, and we're now working on the next phase, which is an implementation plan to establish the strategies for each department, board, and committee that will adopt to meet the goals of the resolution. This year, we're also working with the Ipswich Police Department and the middle school's Green Team on an awareness program for the state's vehicle no idling law. The program includes developing and distributing educational brochures, parking lot signages on the no idling law throughout the town. Finally, this year the committee is working with the Metropolitan Area Planning Council on a grant to develop and implement a net zero carbon roadmap for the entire town of Ipswich. Ipswich was one of 4 communities chosen to participate in this program, and in the coming weeks we'll be announcing a series of facilitated community engagement workshops to gather feedback that will shape the net zero roadmap development. You can learn more about the Climate Resiliency Committee's work on our page on the town website. Thank you.
Thanks, Mike, very much. And the final announcement before we get started is that the school committee has brought their cheerleaders from the Ipswich High School who are providing refreshments over by the tennis courts there and with the blessing of the town health department, health agent. So with that, would those who are willing and able please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance? The flag is over there. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much. So So, a quorum being present, the meeting will come to order, and welcome to the May 15, 2021 annual town meeting for the town of Ipswich. We meet pursuant to a warrant served by the constable, and the clerk will enter that as part of the record. So this is our third COVID meeting, and I'll keep the opening brief. I'll also tell you I've had some health problems, and I tend to run out of gas. I want to keep things moving. Let me take a moment just to recap the town meeting procedures. First, thank you all very much for wearing masks as requested. Things are opening up, but the governor has not, we haven't quite adopted the CDC recommendations. So I ask you to keep your masks on while seated. Those that approach the microphone are welcome to take them off as I am and speaking to the microphone. There are wipes, sanitizers at the microphone for those who want to use them. So this morning we have 31 articles on the warrant, and we'll go till 1 o'clock. The bylaw says we start at 7 and leave it at 11, but presumes we meet at night, so it's 4 hours. But at 10 of 1, if someone wants to make a motion under the bylaw, you can either move to finish the warrant or go to a time certain. So I'll entertain a motion at that point. So beyond that, just a quick recap of the rules of the roads for someone that are new or those that may not recall. Anyone wishing to speak, please state your name and address so we have a clean record. We have Wilma McDonald is a substitute clerk from Salisbury who's joined us. Amy could not make it, so thank you very much. If you'd like to speak, come down to the microphone down there. And I will not recognize anyone more than once under any article until all who would like to speak have spoken. I'll begin each article by reading the main motion for the proponent, the main motion being what we vote on, and often it will incorporate the text of the article. I'll then call on the boards and committees for their endorsements, and then we go to debate. And each person's entitled to 3 minutes to speak. We have a timer here, and we don't have anyone to keep it, so I'll have to keep the time. On the time, let me just quote a famous moderator from Andover who once said, "Speak for a minute or two or less, and people will appreciate it. Speak for 3 minutes or more, and you'll lose many in the audience. And if you speak for 4, people will vote against you even if they agree." So if anyone has any amendments, they have to be in writing. I know of a few amendments, and I'm grateful to those ahead of time, got them to me, so I have them on the slides. We can go right to them. There won't be any glitches. But, you know, town meeting is town meeting, and there's always a possibility of floor motions. If they are, they need to be in writing and come up here. We'll take a break, and I'll make a slide for it, and there shouldn't be any problem. Comments and questions will be directed to the moderator, and if need be, I'll ask for answers from officials. And I'm going to ask to insist on this. Time to time, people don't do that, but it's good town meeting etiquette, and it maintains order in the meeting. We'll have no comments of a personal nature. And I've been reading the newspaper on this waterways business. There's a lot of back and forth personal stuff. None of that nonsense, all right? No, none of this, he said this in an email, or so-and-so was a big fat oaf. Just speak to the merits only, please. There will be no applause of any kind after the debate. Disorderly behavior is grounds for removal. And as I said this morning, we'll be using electronic voting. Because of my condition, I thought it would be best to do. So Ron from Turning Technologies is here. He'll explain how to use them. And when the meeting's over, you can put the clickers in the buckets, the blue buckets on the side of the tent. So Ron, you want to give us a minute on, we've used these a couple times. You'll remember it's pretty self-explanatory, but yeah, you got it up here.
Thank you, Tom. My thanks also to Tony Marino and the town for having us here to provide technology for the town meeting. I think this is our 3rd year. So some of you may be familiar with it. The process is very simple. When we come to the time to vote on those specific articles, the voting slide will appear on the screen and polling will be open at that point. The only buttons you should be concerned about on your keypads are the numbers 1 and 2. Every article will have two options, one for yes, two for no. There is no abstention. If you want to abstain, then you just don't vote. When the polling is open, we will let you know, and I will then start a 20-second countdown timer that will wrap things up. When that countdown timer reaches 0, polling will automatically close, and you will see the results in a raw number. And then if we need to, we will toggle over to see it in the percentage. When you vote, you will get a confirmation on your keypad by your indication. When you press 1, it may take a couple seconds, but you'll see the 1/A because they are alphanumeric keypads. The little number that you will see above it is the channel frequency, so do not be concerned about that. That is simply the frequency to communicate between the keypads and the receivers. So that said, I have a couple warm-up questions to get you comfortable with the technology. I don't know if we can bring it up. We'll switch over to ARS. So, did you have your coffee this morning? Most of you, I assume, will have to vote yes because I see you holding a cup in your opposite hand. So, with the press of a button in the right corner, I've triggered the countdown timer. And okay. And when the polling closes, yeah, and many of you had, and then I'm going to switch, and we toggle it over, and I'm going to do an unplug. We're saying we're just having a graphic issue, which we'll address right now.
Don't let this affect how you vote on Article 21.
Yeah, the voting is working. We're just, it's an HDMI connection issue that we're having. And if we need to, we have a backup just in case. So actually, since what we'll do is we'll correct the graphics on our end, and we'll just skip the second question since we do show that the technology is good, and I think we're all set. So again, pretty straightforward. Yes, 1, no, 2, and as mentioned, please do not leave with the keypads. They are very expensive to replace. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Ron. Scott. Yep, thank you. Hello. Okay, thank you very much, Ron. Okay, Article 1. Article 1 is a consent calendar. This is typically where we put all the uncontroversial things that usually go right through. There's usually never any opposition to this. And the motion is Linda Alexson of the Select Board moves to set the salaries of elected officials, transfer funds from the Electric Light Department, hear reports from committees, and continue listed committees as standing committees of the town meeting, amends Section 1529 of the general bylaws, and establish expenditure limitations of revolving funds to raise and appropriate $50,000 and transfer that amount to Crane Beach Maintenance Fund, to appropriate the sum of $440,221 under Chapter 90, and authorize the Select Board to borrow in anticipation of state aid for such projects as set forth in Article 1. So the way we do this, there are a number of different subsections. I'm going to go through each one. If anybody has any objection at all, just shout out, hold, and I'll hold it, and then we'll vote on that. I don't anticipate any, and then we'll just vote on the whole thing at once. So one is fix annual salaries and compensation of elected officials. Two is transfer $324,000 payment in lieu of taxes. Three is here reports. Four is following revolving funds, and A through L lists them all in the warrant. Five is raise and appropriate $50,000 to transfer to the Crane Beach Maintenance Fund. Six is authorize unpaid bills. Seven is amend action taken under last year's budget by transferring available funds. And the last one is appropriate $440,221 for state and highway improvements. Okay, so the bylaw lets me take a no vote first. I don't expect there'll be any no votes, and if there aren't, then I'll just declare it as unanimous. All those against this that want to vote no, push 2. Ron? Right. Just raise your hand. Is anybody opposed to this? All right. Oh, polling is open. You got it? Okay. Polling is open. So if you're against this, push 2. All right, I declare that passes by unanimous consent. Article 2. Hope we fix that by the time we get to Article 22. Sorry. I'm sorry? One second. Article 2 is the Finance Committee appointment. Janice Clement Skelton from the Finance Committee moves to appoint Rob White to the Finance Committee for a term of 3 years. Mr. Doherty, we're going to speak to this? Yep. Mr. Doherty.
Good morning, everyone. One quick note I just want to make, just to clear up any confusion with this booklet, is that, as many of you know, we have 9 members on the Finance Committee, but on a lot of ththese recommendations, you'll see 7-0 or 8-0. We do have 1 vacancy, so that means that on some of them, we only had 8 members voting. Then there was 1 warrant hearing, because we had multiple warrant hearings where there were only 7 members in attendance. So just to clarify any sort of confusion surrounding that. The Finance Committee unanimously supports Rob White to be reappointed to a 3-year term on the Finance Committee. Rob has been an excellent member of the Finance Committee, serving over a decade, adding valuable knowledge from his professional and educational world to the town of Ipswich. As we all know, it takes a lot to get this budget vetted and put in front of you folks to vote on, and Rob is certainly a contributing factor to that. So we unanimously recommend his reappointment for 3 years. Thank you.
Okay. Anybody care to be heard on this? Okay, so we'll go to a vote with your keypads. Press 1 if you're in favor, press 2 if you're opposed. And we'll get that up. There we go. And voting will stay open for 20 seconds. 10 seconds left. You can see the countdown there, 6. Okay, I declare that passes 269 to 8. Article 3, the municipal budget. Linda Alexson of the Select Board moves to appropriate the sum of $27,950,878 for the fiscal 22 municipal budget to be expended as follows. General government, $828,809. Finance, $1,023,678. Planning, $603,827. Public safety, $5,669,052. Public works, $4,825,062. Community and cultural services, $1,573,577. Benefits and other miscellaneous, $5,818,013. For general fund total of $20,342,018. And for general fund total of $20 million, including waterways and water department, $4,748,095. Wastewater department, $2,740,834. Sanitation, solid waste, and recycling, $119,931 for a total municipal budget of $27,950,878. Next slide, please. And that the following sums be raised and appropriated or transferred to the fund of the fiscal 22 budget. Septic loan program, $33,740. Tourism account, $2,000. Debt premium, $1,357. Overlay surplus, $125,000. Stabilization, $190,000. Waterway improvements, $117,631. Raise and appropriate $19,872,288. Water receipts, $4,693,493. Water surplus, $54,602. Wastewater receipts, $2,740,834. Sanitation, solid waste and recycling, $119,931. For total funding sources, $27,950,878. And authorize the town to enter into lease purchase contracts for equipment having a term of 5 years or less. Is there a second? Second. Okay. Ms. Allison, do you want to speak to this? Yep.
Thank you. I want to make the same note that in a lot of these articles in the booklet, you'll see the select board voted 4-0, and that's because when we held our hearings, we were absent one member of our board. The fiscal 22 budget was developed using a conservative approach during the ongoing pandemic. The town manager and finance director produced a budget that includes contractual obligations with the unions and non-union personnel and level funded most expenses for the majority of departments. Some expenses such as health insurance and the Essex County retirement have increased, and those are accounted for. This budget is balanced, and the select board unanimously supports it. Thank you.
Finance Committee's recommendation. Mr. Doherty.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. The Finance Committee unanimously supports this Article 7-0, which reflects a 2.25% increase in spending over fiscal year 2021 and will add approximately 13 cents per thousand.
Okay, would anyone care to be heard on this? Then we'll go to a vote. All those in favor, please press 1 on your clicker, and those opposed, please press 2. 2 seconds left. Okay, I declare that passes 275 to 10. And in honor of some of the state funds, I overlooked an announcement. I'd like to recognize Representative Hill has been here, and he's always here to help us out. Okay, Article 4, school budget. Chuck Wooden of the School Committee moves to transfer $125,000 from the overlay surplus account to transfer $1,342,296 from the Education Stabilization Fund and to raise and appropriate a sum of $31,824,015 for a total of $33,291,311 to fund the fiscal 22 school budget set forth in Article 4 of the warrant for this town meeting. And is there a second? Second from Mr. Doherty. Mr. Wooden. Or Mr.
we up?
Stevens.
I'm turning this presentation over to our Budget Subcommittee Chair, Greg Stevens. Thank you, Greg.
Thanks, Chubb. Greg Stevens, member of the school committee. Before I start, I just wanted to give a brief acknowledgement to several members of our staff who've announced their retirement at the end of the school year this year. First, we have Joanne Cuff, our long-term finance director. We have our Winthrop principal, Sheila McAdams, Doan principal, Sheila Halloran, our school social worker, Deb Trevaro, two of our teachers, Maureen O'Connell and Lisa Manzi, and finally, one of our custodians, Ed Ogden. So on behalf of the school committee, I'd like to thank them for their many years of service to the kids of Ipswich, and we hope they have an enjoyable retirement. Thank them very much. So I'd like to take a couple of minutes, hopefully no more than 2 minutes, to talk a little bit about what went on in the schools this year, really for the benefit of those of you that don't have kids in the school district. You know, this year was certainly a very different one. Education was delivered in a very different way this year. I think when we sat here last June at this meeting, we were sort of wrapping up the tail end of a very tumultuous end of the year in which the quarantine fell upon us, and our teachers and administrators had to react very quickly to adapt to the new learning environment. Last summer was spent developing a remote learning model, and that was implemented at the beginning of school year. And, you know, while remote learning is certainly no substitute for classroom instruction, I think we all feel in the school committee that our teachers and administrators did an excellent job working within the constraints that they had. You know, you can see all through town some of the creative ways that our teachers and administrators went forth with learning this year. Tents were set up at all the various school sites to encourage outside classroom learning. The kids really seem to enjoy that, being able to get outside of the schools and learn each day. At-home instruction was delivered via Zoom. And as many of us have become in the last year, our students and educators have become very adept at Zoom. Chromebooks were provided to every student in the district, so every student had the ability to have technology at home to learn at home. Any student who had connectivity issues at home and needed Wi-Fi, they were issued a Wi-Fi hotspot from the schools, and that was rolled out very quickly early on by our tech department. And our educators all became very creative at how they deliver the curriculum to our students throughout the year. Band, orchestra, and choral lessons and presentations were done outside in tents, or in presentations were offered through Zoom. We were able to offer a full array of high school sports with some, you know, different levels of COVID protocol put in place, and they all had very successful seasons. And so everyone involved in educating our kids throughout this year did an exceptional job adapting to all the challenges that they faced. So as Chubb mentioned earlier, we started the school year off in the classroom. We started in a hybrid model. Kids in kindergarten through second grade were in the classroom 4 days a week. Kids in grades 3 through 12 spent 2 days a week in school and 3 days learning from home. And I think what's really important to note is we started the school year in hybrid, and we went through the year uninterrupted. Many districts weren't able to even go to hybrid. They started full remote, or they started hybrid and had to move to a remote situation due to COVID outbreaks in their schools. And this is a real testament, I think, to our school nurses, our custodians, and our town facilities director for implementing sound COVID protocols that kept all of our students and educators safe throughout the year. And finally, I think to the relief of probably every parent here today, kids were invited back to school full-time in April. So yeah, that's been great. And we're very optimistic that we'll be able to finish the school year out in the classroom. So the FY22 budget the school committee presents to you today contains all of the programs and staffing necessary to not only allow our students to succeed in the future, but also to address many of the social and emotional issues that have really come to light as a result of the quarantine and the pandemic. Our committee worked very closely with the superintendent and the administrative team to construct this budget. We spent a considerable amount of time with the finance committee to help them vet the budget and answer all the questions they had on some various line items. The budget does include a draw of approximately $1.3 million from the School Stabilization Fund. This is a stabilization fund that was created from the FY 2015 override. And just to note, this is actually year 7 of the override. We were cautiously optimistic when the override passed for FY 15 that we could extend it beyond 5 years. That was the goal, and we're now in year 7. And that's really a result of, I think, very sound fiscal management from our administration team over the years. Federal grants were also provided to the schools this year to help us offset a lot of the COVID-related expenses that came up through the year. So that did help supplement the budget a little bit. So thank you for your time, and on behalf of the school committee, we hope that you support our fiscal 22 school budget.
Thank you. Linda, the select board's endorsement?
Unanimously in favor.
Thank you. And Michael, the FinCom?
Select Board unanimously supports this article, and it'll add roughly about 34 cents per thousand to the text.
Okay. Anyone care to be heard on this? Then let's go to a vote. All those in favor, press 1. Those opposed, press 2. And voting will be open for 20 seconds. And I declare that passes by a 2/3 vote. Article 5, the Whittier Regional High School budget. Mr. Flynn from the school committee.
And appropriate the sum of $590,000 to pay the town's share of the ensuing year's annual operating and debt service expenses of the Whittier.
Actually, I'm sorry. Excuse me. Let me read the motion because it has changed slightly. So Chubb Whidden from the school committee moves to raise and appropriate the sum of $590,000 to pay the town's share of the ensuing year's annual operating and debt service expenses of the Whittier Regional Vocational Tech High School.
Ipswich is a member district of Whittier, and as such, we're responsible to cover our share of tuition, transportation, capital expenses, and other educational fees of our students attending Whittier Regional Technical High School. The Department of Elementary and Secondary Education sets the annual tuition rates at vocational schools. The cost per student at Whittier next year is $19,271 per student, which includes tuition, transportation, and the capital assessment. Currently, 28 Ipswich students attend Whittier, and 8 are expected to graduate. There were 11 applicants for next year. Of those, 8 have been accepted, 6 have confirmed they will be attending, and 3 are waitlisted. $539,590 will cover Ipswich's portion of Whittier Technical School's 2021 operating budget. As a member district, we pay the known costs the following year. We are not a member of Essex Tech, the subject of the next article, so we must fund those students the current year when they attend. There is some uncertainty on Essex Tech numbers until October 1st. In addition, there is uncertainty on transportation numbers based on COVID protocols and some waitlisted students. This article is written for $590,000 based on a previous estimate, $50,000 over the known amount. But the town finance director has recommended keeping $590,000 in case Essex Tech and other expenses come in high, and we will reconcile any differences in the fall town meeting.
Thank you. And the Vice Chair of the Finance Committee wisely pointed out that I forgot to take a second on that. Is there a second? Second. Thank you very much. Okay, the Select Board's contribution, please.
The Select Board's unanimously in favor of this article.
Okay, and Mr. Doherty, the FinCom? Or Mr. Hartford, excuse me.
Walter Hartford, 3 Mulholland Drive. The FinCom supports this article unanimously, 7-0. We acknowledge that different kids have different needs, and both the Essex Tech as well as Whittier help provide those needs. This appropriation is an increase of $133,428 from fiscal 21. Again, this can always change with enrollment, and passage of this article will increase the tax rate by 4 cents per thousand.
Okay, that's the microphone for the town, but if Bill, I'm not going to make you walk back there. By all means, feel free. The microphone back there is for, up here is for town officials, but you've been here for so long, you're effectively a town official.
Thank you.
Mr. Wasserman.
Thank you. Bill Wasserman, 193 Argella Road. Do we have a comparison, Hugh, of the tuition for Whittier with our own tuitions? We're talking $19,000 roughly per student in Whittier. What is your rough cost for the local school? And one other comment, there is an increase here of 25% over last year, and I missed whether or not the student population will go up.
So first of all, do we have an answer to the question on the number?
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wasserman.
Do you want to do that?
Walter, you've got that?
Yep.
Great.
Sir Johnson, the finance director, just informed me that the increase in
Little
enrollment
closer to
is
the mic,
5.
Walter.
Sorry. The increase in enrollment is 5 additional students. 6.
Which, 5 or 6?
Sorry, the hand gestures wasn't working. 6 additional students.
6. And he's on the finance committee? Yeah. Little joke there. Okay. Does anyone, did you have you had some details?
One more follow-up. Historically, regional vocational schools have been more expensive than our local education, but marginally so. This year, our per pupil expenditure based on the most recent state data is about $18,000 per student, so it's a small difference. Our next year's budget's a little higher than that, and so we're actually fairly on par.
Okay. Anyone else care to be heard on this one? Okay, so let's go to a vote. All those in favor, press 1. No, press 2. And the voting will be open for 20 seconds. Thanks. Are you doing the next one? Yeah, I'll read it. Yeah. Okay. I declare that, I'm sorry? 273 to 16, that passes by a majority vote. I'm sorry, 2/3, no. Majority vote. Article 6, the Essex County Tech Institute budget. Chubb Wood from the school committee moves to raise and appropriate the sum of $335,000 to pay the town share of the ensuing year's annual operating and debt service expenses of the Essex County Technical Institute. Hugh O'Flynn. Second. Thank you.
Ipswich is responsible to cover our share of tuition and transportation for our students attending the Essex County Technical Institute formerly known as Essex Aggie. We are not members of this school district, and therefore, as noted in the previous article, funding requirements for Essex Tech are in the same year and can be somewhat variable and are established as of October 1st. Again, the Department of Elementary and Secondary Education sets tuition rates at regional schools. This year's tuition is estimated at $19,054, and transportation, which is separate here, is estimated at $1,900, but expected to increase. Currently, 10 Ipswich students attend this technical school, and 1 Ipswich student is expected to graduate on June 5th. In June. 5 students have confirmed they will attend as freshmen next year so far. $335 will cover our current estimate of Ipswich's portion of the 2021 operating budget at Essex County Technical Institute. The school committee supports this article unanimously.
Thank you. And Linda, the select board?
Select Board unanimously approves.
Okay. Mr. Harvard, the finance committee?
The Finance Committee unanimously supports this as well.
Okay. Anyone care to be heard? Okay, so let's go to a vote. 1 is yes, 2 is no. We'll open for 20 seconds. You. 1 second. Okay, I declare that passes by a majority vote, 285 to 12. Article 7, transfer of appropriated funds to the Education Stabilization Fund. Chubb Whidden of the School Committee moves to transfer a sum of $1,035,092 from the fiscal 21 school budget to the Education Stabilization Fund. And is there a second? Second by Tammy Jones. Mr. Nyland.
Carl Nyland. You on? Carl Nyland, 34 Brownville Ave, member of the school committee. Let's see, I move to transfer the sum of $1,035,092 from the FY 2021 school budget to the Education Stabilization Fund.
I already read the motion.
Okay. Did you get a second?
Now, it was seconded,
Very
so
good.
now you tell us why we should vote for it.
I will tell you why. So I think it probably is now well understood, and was mentioned just a few minutes ago, the Education Stabilization Fund was set up in 2015 as part of the agreement to implement the operational override. It effectively helps the schools to fill or address the structural deficit that exists in school budget. It functions more or less as the name implies. It serves to stabilize the budget over time by allowing the operational funds to be spread out over the term of the override. And it has really allowed some predictability and dependability to the school budgets, and more importantly, to the programs that depend on them. It allows us to accumulate funds in the early years of the override and then draw those down in the later years that we're now in. And I think it also has implemented an important mechanism for the town to be able to monitor the use of the funds and to make sure, or assure that the school department is living up to the commitments made under the override. So I think, as you also know, and as also was mentioned, every year we've been able to identify additional funds to be contributed to the stabilization account, and that has had the net effect of allowing us to stretch the override out. So as noted by Mr. Stevens, what was planned as a set of funds that would last us 5 years has now lasted us 7 years. So it's been very effective. And I should note, too, that I think it's a nice example of a collaboration between committees. This idea came from discussions between members of the school committee and members of the finance committee. And it's been very effective and a model, I think, for us moving forward. So as also was noted, we this year have the ability to identify additional funds, mostly through the closure of the schools and then until recently, the limited reopening of the schools. And so a lessened demand on some of our operations, some of our services, and some of the supplies. More specifically, we've seen savings in areas like salaries. For For example, transportation drivers we didn't need for services. We've seen declines in need for substitutes for aides, unemployment compensation. We saw summer programs last year that had to be canceled, couldn't be run, savings from that. We've seen savings from out-of-district tuitions that can be quite significant, and those programs ran on a limited basis, so we're savings there. And overall, just kind of a decreased demand for supplies since kids, to a significant degree, were not in the buildings. So all those savings allow us to identify the $1,035,000 you're being asked to allow us to contribute to stabilization here today. If you're interested in the balances of the account, the current balance as of May the 12th was $2,930,817.62. And if you follow the math on what will happen today, if you subtract the amount that was just approved by the school budget that will be withdrawn, and if this article is successful and addition is made, we should then have an available balance of approximately $2,623,623. The school committee unanimously supports.
Linda?
Select Board unanimously supports.
Unanimous in support. And Walter? Thanks, Carl. But hold on just in case there's some question.
Again, as Carl stated, the school committee has done a great job of both planning for the future and planning on how we're going to meet this structural deficit. This article simply moves the money into that account. As Carl said, then it gets taken out, but FinCom supports this 7-0.
Great. Anyone care to be heard? I'll say let's go to a vote. All those in favor, press 1, and opposed, press 2. We'll keep it open for 20 seconds. Thanks, Carl. Okay, I declare that passes by a majority vote, 281 to 11. Thank you, Carl and Walter. Okay, Article 8, Ms. Cannon. Chubb Wooden of the school committee moves to transfer the sum of $224,397 from the fiscal 21 school budget to the Special Education Reserve Fund. Ms. Cannon from the school committee. Seconded by Chair of the Select Board. Keeping me on my toes.
Good morning. Emily Cannon, 26 Turkey Shore Road. I'm a member of the school committee. The transfer of this money will create a balance of $617,362, which is the legal cap for this fund, which is set by statute at 2% of the annual net school spending of the district. If we have no unanticipated costs next year, we anticipate a nominal allocation for this fund. The purpose of this fund is to meet any unanticipated costs of students who move into the district and require additional special education services. It's a fund created solely for the support of special education students, and we would ask for your support. The school committee unanimously supports this article.
Thank you. The Select Board, Linda?
Unanimously in support.
Unanimous in support. Walter, the FinCom's position?
FinCom unanimously supports this article. Special education expenses tend to be one of the biggest drivers or variable parts of the school budget. So having the flexibility of if a new student comes into the district and covering it through this fund is imperative. Thanks.
Okay. Anyone care to be heard? So we'll go to a vote. 1 is yes, 2 is no. And this is a simple majority vote. Okay, I declare that passes 278 to 13. Thank you very much. Article 9, stabilization funding. Linda Allison of the Select Board moves to transfer the sum of $190,000 from free cash to the stabilization fund. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from the chair, Vice Chair of the Finance Committee, Ms. Jones.
Morning. Tammy Jones on behalf of the Select Board, 1 Seaview Road. I'm going to stand before you to request your support on Article 9, the stabilization funding. The stabilization fund was established by a vote of town meeting pursuant to Mass General Laws, Chapter 40, Section 5B. Each year, the town votes to transfer money to the stabilization fund. The purpose of this fund is to build our reserves and to provide the town with the ability to stabilize the budget in case of emergency or adverse economic conditions. Building reserves is part of our strong fiscal management plan, and because we have such a plan, we have earned very impressive Standard & Poor's credit rating. To those of you who are not aware, Ipswich has a AAA credit rating, and this is important, not only because it means we are well managed, but it also means that when we do borrow money, we borrow it at a very, very low interest rate. So please vote yes on this article and allow Ipswich to continue with its strong fiscal management. Select Board is unanimously in support.
Okay, thank you. Mr. White, the Finance Committee's position?
Good morning, Rob White, 91 Pine Swamp, and thank you for your vote on Article 2. Following Tammy, who is an alumni of the Finance Committee, she provided most of the bullets you need on this article. Just in case you do have your Finance Committee report, we're on page 36. And the only component that we should identify, and this is going to apply to the next 3 articles, is free cash is a source of a lot of these funds that we're transferring. And our COVID money and our green communities money has been a good part of the source of those funds. Finance Committee votes unanimously in support of this.
Thank you. Sir, care to be heard?
Yes, please. Tom Kinnair, 90 Central Street. Just a question. Some of the other articles, it was working out to about, like roughly $500,000 worked out to about 4 cents per thousand on the assessment. Right? We're moving about $200,000, and it says this would be equivalent to about 6 cents on the assessment.
That's your question?
That's my question. There's an apparent discrepancy there.
Okay. You want it in the Finance Committee report? Mr. Tanny, you want to speak to that? Or do we need to go to Sarah?
Could you address that?
Is she better to answer that question?
Hi, yes, Sarah Johnson, the town's finance director. Reason for that is anytime we vote money in the budget, there's a change. So you have last year's money in the budget, and then you're voting this year, so it's the delta between the two. So it's more the change than the actual dollar amount, if that helps. Because if you had 150,000 last year, 190 this year, it's 40,000 more, so it's really the difference. Do you know what I mean? But also free cash, it's money that we had left over from last year, not this year, so it really doesn't impact the tax rate, It's leftover funds. It's money that was already taxed.
Let me ask Rob White from the Finance Committee to speak to this as well.
Yeah, thank you for the question. Sarah's right. We're talking about the delta, and that's what she's talking about. What you're asking about is what does this cost per house? So for a $500,000 house, this is going to be $29 per house.
Can I answer your question?
Does that meet your need?
How does that compare to the cost per house for Article 5, say?
I think what I have on my notes, since I'm speaking on Article 10, you'll note that on Article 10, it's $75,000, which is $11.50 per house. So that $75,000, we're now talking $190,000. Remember, this is tax money at $190,000 is 29, so that's almost double plus a couple of dollars. So that's the logic there.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else care to be heard on this? All right, so we'll go to a vote. 1 for yes, 2 for no, and this is a simple majority vote. We'll keep the voting open for 20 seconds. Ron, there we go. All right, 10 seconds left. Okay, I declare that passes by a simple majority vote, 268 to 32. Article 10, OPEB funding. Linda Alexson of the Select Board moves to raise and appropriate the sum of $75,635 and to transfer that amount with $304,265 from free cash to the OPEB trust fund. Tammy Jones. Yes, thank you. Do we have, we'd ask for a third. Second, Chief Nickus, thank you.
Good morning again. Tammy Jones, 1 Seaview Road, on behalf of the Select Board. And I stand before you again to request your support this time for Article 10, Other Post-Employment Benefits Funds, also known as OPEB. As mentioned before, Ipswich has a structured fiscal plan to fund not only our stabilization fund, but also our OPEB trust fund. Historically, Ipswich has been way ahead of other communities in funding OPEB. Although we are not legally required to fund OPEB, we have funded OPEB since 2010 because it is a fiscally responsible thing to do. And because of this, we are now 23% funded. Our present OPEB funding policy was created in 2017, and we are now considered a leader in municipalities in managing our OPEB liability. Our actuary, who has clients all over the country, reported that Ipswich is in the top 85% of all its clients with our funding policy. So please vote yes on this article to allow Ipswich to continue to be a well-managed town. The Select Board is unanimously in favor of this article. Thank you.
Okay, Rob White from the Finance Committee.
Again, Tammy did a great job, but I just want to give you the fund balance. The fund balance is $5.4 million as of the end of last year. As Tammy mentioned, this money, or I'm not sure if she mentioned, but one important thing that the town should know is this money is invested with the PRIT, which is where the pension money is invested. And the return last year was...
Excuse me, can you just tell folks what the PRIT is?
Oh, the PRIT is the state's investment management organization. And they have a bunch of different investment managers associated with it. But the return that I wanted to identify was 30% last year. Our 5-year number is 10.9%, and our 10-year number for the PRIT's investment of our assets would be 9%. Now, it hasn't been in that long, but I just want to give you an idea that the money is being well managed. Finance Committee supports this unanimously.
Okay. Does anyone care to be heard on this one? So we'll go to a vote. Plus 1 for yes, 2 for no. Did you want? No? Okay. Yep, let's go to a vote for 20 seconds. Ten seconds. Okay, I declare that passes by a simple majority, 280 to 825. Article 11 is the annual capital plan. Linda Alkin of the Select Board moves to transfer from the Capital Stabilization Fund $17,321 to transfer from free cash $1,369,717 to raise and appropriate $70,025 to transfer from overlay surplus account $40,000 to transfer from waterways funds $40,000 to transfer from the fire pumper set-aside fund $51,084 for a total capital spending of $1,588,147.00 to fund the capital budget as set forth in Article 11 of the warrant for this meeting, and that any remaining funds be transferred to the Capital Stabilization Fund. Is there a second? Second by Mr. Doherty. Town Manager Tony Marino is going to speak to this for us.
Thank you. Tony Marino, Ipswich Town Manager. This capital plan is put together back in the fall with myself, Dr. Blake, School Superintendent, and Chris Reyes, our Facilities Director. It's then vetted through all the committees and the boards, FinCom, Select Board, and the School Committee. We're proud to put this forward this year. It meets a lot of the needs of the town. A couple of highlights of this is the last year of all of our lease payments. They'll go away after this year. And then one thing you'll notice under equipment is there's a large purchase there of one of our larger pickup trucks that we use for plowing and sanding for the DPW, and that's going to be a process moving forward. We're going to look to replace equipment buying it cash rather than leasing it. And I am here to answer any questions, but we like to ask for your support on the capital plan. Thank you.
Okay. And Mr. Whidden from the school committee, you want to speak to this as well?
Thank you very much. The school district's capital plan reflects continued need cited in the school dude conditions assessment report, additional identified heating control work, technology equipment upgrades, curtains for our PAC, and updates for security. And just a note, $130,400 of the $724,400 requested by the school department district has been held back from previous town meetings because of revenue uncertainties with regards to the COVID pandemic. Thank you.
Thank you, Chubb. Rob White from the FinCom with the recommendation.
Yes, Tony did a very good job explaining the situation with the capital plan. It's on page 37 of your Finance Committee report. Just as Chubb mentioned, we are supporting all our divisions within the town. The taxes that we're spending on this, note that most of the funding is coming from other sources. However, those are your tax dollars or at least your assets. It's relatively small at about $70,000, which is $10 for an average house of $500,000. The Finance Committee supports this unanimously.
Okay, does anyone care to be heard on this? Hello? Anyone care to be heard? Okay, let's go to a vote. 1 is yes, 2 is no. Voting's open.
Mr. Moderator, may I note that the Select Board was unanimously in favor of this?
I apologize. The select board is unanimously off my game today. Is unanimously in favor. So you still have 2 seconds left to vote. I declare that passes 277 to 25 by a 2/3 vote, because that was 2/3 because it was taking money from stabilization. It always requires a 2/3 vote. Okay, Article 12. I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry.
It wouldn't affect the vote. Carol Bousquet from Green Street. I'm curious, while we're on this topic.
I overlooked you. Did you want to speak before
No,
you vote?
no.
You want us to re-vote it?
No.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
I'm curious, while we're on this topic, how any federal pandemic stimulus funds you foresee may impact our town government.
All right. Let me ask Mr.
Just,
Marino to
it's
speak
a
to that.
general
Sure.
discussion. Curious how you might be seeing that and interpreting it as it affects our town budget.
Thank you. Good question. Tony?
Yep. I have been asked this question a few times. We had just received, the federal government just put out the guidance on that just the other day on Wednesday or Thursday. It's about a 150-page document, so we have not gotten through it all yet. But we also have to wait for the state. The way it's going to work here in Ipswich is the money goes through the state government. We'll get guidance from the County and Finance Office from the state as to how we can spend it. Right now, we're earmarked at about $4 million. I can say that we may not get all of that because the governor will decide how it trickles down. When we got the CARES fund, we actually, Ipswich had a larger allotment, and then the governor took some money for programs that he was running, and we ended up getting the $1.2 million. So more to follow on that. Right now, we're a little over $4 million allotted for us. It can be used for infrastructure, water, broadband, roads and bridges, things like that, but we need to vet it out and find out how we're going to use it. More to follow on that. Thank you.
Okay. Did you have a question?
Yes.
Sure.
It doesn't affect the vote. Joanna Cooper, High Street.
I'm sorry, what was your name again?
Joanna Cooper, High Street.
Welcome.
Just a request maybe for the future. Could we start seeing a running tally of the capital expenditures going forward in the annual report?
You know, that's an interesting question. Here's what I suggest you do is that from time to time, probably the Finance Committee, perhaps the Select Board, have regular meetings. The Select Board, I think, is usually the first Monday of the month, and the FinCom is usually on Tuesdays. Go to one of their meetings, and they we have bylaw that requires all towns, commissions, and committees to begin with citizens' queries. And you can just ask them, can you do this? And explain in much more detail than you have time here now, how you think would be a more informative way to do it, and I'm sure they'll take it under advisement.
Okay, thanks.
Okay? Okay, Article 12 is the Topsfield Road Mill and Overlay. So I'm going to, after I make the motion, recognize Mr. Clark, who's a department head. He's not a town employee, but customarily I recognize town employees. Later we'll hear from Vicki Howman, who's not a registered voter, but she's well informed with what we're dealing with here. So Article 12, this is a mouthful, so give me a minute. Linda Alexson of the Select Board moves that the town appropriate $1,500,000 for milling, overlaying, and constructing Topsfield Road in Ipswich. That's the town clerk. At least it's Irish music. Are you going to dance for us now? All right, let me start over. Linda Alexson of the Select Board moves that the town appropriate $1.5 million for milling, overlaying, and reconstructing Topsfield Road in Ipswich, including but not limited to bicycle and safety enhancements and related bicycle and pedestrian safety, including the payment of costs incidental or related thereto, that to meet this appropriation, the treasurer, with the approval of the Select Board, is authorized to borrow $1.5 million under Chapter 44 or any other enabling authority, and the Select Board is authorized to take any other action necessary to carry out this project, provided, however, that this vote shall not take effect until the town votes to exempt from the limitation of total taxes imposed by Chapter 59 amounts required to pay the principal and interest on the borrowing authorized by this vote. Any premium received from the sale of any bonds or notes approved by this vote, less any premium applied to the payment of the costs of the issuance of the bonds and notes, may be applied to the payment of costs approved by this vote in accordance with Chapter 44, thereby reducing the amount authorized to be borrowed to pay such costs by a like amount. Is there a second? Second by Mr. Doherty. You're up, Rick Clark. Oh, Scott, is that a microphone? There you go.
Rick Clark, Public Works Director. Topsfield Road is in need of mill and overlay. Chapter 90 funds is approximate $440,000 per year. The town budget's about $350,000 per year, which is not enough money to pave Topsfield Road, which is a major road. This article is necessary to fund the Topsfield Road project before the road degrades and further recalls that for major road construction, which would cost about an extra $1 million to do that. By bonding this money, we can use the other Chapter 90 money and town budget money to use other road projects. The DPW has been working with the Cyclist Committee to improve the conditions of Topsfield Road. For example, by widening, installing safety signs and pavement management and pavement markings in the troubled areas. The road consists of from the train tracks to the town line, and to mill and overlay, you'd be milling about 1.5 inches and then installing back to 1.5 inches. That's it.
Okay, thank you. Mr. White? First of all, Linda, you want to give us the Select Board's position on this?
Yes, thank you. The Select Board was unanimously in favor. This project was identified in the Strategic Planning Work Group report as a priority and will provide much-needed bicycle and pedestrian safety improvements. Doing this now will avoid a full reconstruction project, saving us significant money in the long run. Thank you.
Thank you. Rob, the Finance Committee's position?
Yes. So Linda hit some good points there. One thing that I don't think Rick mentioned is that the milling and paving will be 3.7 miles, was completed last 13 years ago, and we're at a point where If we don't act soon, it's going to cost millions more because we'll have to dig deeper on that road. This is this article ties also to the strategic planning subcommittee, which is got a document that's on the website. So I'd love you to take a look at that because that's going to drive a lot of decisions in the coming years. This is just one of the roads. With regard to the average house of $500,000, it's $35 a year. It's a 10-year project payment. So just wanted to give you the state of the state. Finance Committee supports this unanimously.
Okay. Mr. Whitmore from the Select Board had some comments to make as well.
Sure. Hi, Willie Whitmore on behalf of the Cycle Safe Task Force, Cycle Safe Working Group. The working group supports this article because it will provide a consistent safe space for cyclists and pedestrians by widening the shoulder, narrowing the travel lane, consistent markings and sharrows. It will repair and improve some sections of downtown sidewalks. We're continuing to work with the Department of Public Works, and the Cycle Safe Group wanted to thank DPW for reaching out and working closely with us. So that's it.
Okay. Does anyone care to be heard on this? Seeing none hands, we'll go to a vote. All those in favor, press 1, and no vote 2. Thanks. 10 seconds left. Okay, I declare that passes by a 2/3 vote, 296 to 27. Article 13, a water infrastructure upgrade. Linda Alexson of the Water Commissioner moves that the town appropriate $1.5 million to pay costs of surveying, designing, permitting, constructing improvements to the town's water system, including the payment of costs incidental or related thereto. That to meet this appropriation, the treasurer, with the approval of the select board, is authorized to borrow $1.5 million under Chapter 44 or any other enabling authority, and that the select board is authorized to take any other action necessary to carry out this project. Any premium received from sale of any bonds or notes approved by this vote, less any such premium applied to the payment of the costs of issuance of the bonds or notes, may be applied to the payment of the costs approved by the vote in accordance with Chapter 44, thereby reducing the amount authorized to be borrowed to pay such costs by a like amount. Is there a second? Second by Mr. Doherty. Mr. Engel is going to speak to this for us.
Jim Engel, 362 Linebrook Road, Chair of the Water Subcommittee. Some 40 years ago, I stood before a town meeting asking for authorization of borrowing to construct the water treatment plant. 40 years later, the treatment plant is in need of upgrades, and many of its systems are worn out. I am happy to report that 40 years later, Jim Engel is not worn out. So this article really is dealing with two issues, the water treatment plant and Brown's Well, which in the past have been thought of as separate and independent, but we have now actually conjoined the two water sources. The water treatment plant, as I said, is almost 40 years old. Systems are worn out, they're beyond a useful life, and it lacks the flexibility to treat to modern quality standards. The relationship to Brown's Well is as follows. Brown's Well is an old well. It was built initially, I believe, in the 1940s, has been rehabbed a number of times in the interim, but as it continues to be used at its high level of output, the presence of manganese in the output has risen. As a result, we've had to throttle back the production of Brown's Well to less than half of its capacity in order to manage the manganese problem. So what this appropriation would do would begin to evaluate the notion of taking the Brown's Well output to the water treatment plant, treating the water at the plant to remove manganese and other contaminants that may in the future come to be regulated. So we would ask that you support this article. Thank you.
Thank you. Linda, the Select Board?
Unanimously in favor.
Okay, and Mr. Doherty, the FinCom's position?
I just want to make one quick note. The next three articles, because they are water articles and wastewater articles, just as a reminder, they have no impact on the tax rate as the bond is paid for by the ratepayers. So those that pay water and sewer bills, those are the ones that pay for the bond. With that, the Finance Committee unanimously supports this article 7-0.
Okay. Mr. Castonguay?
Castonguay. I live at 47 Clark Road. I'm also the director of the Ipswich River Watershed Association. We work with 14 local cities and towns on water supply issues, including Ipswich. As Mr. Engel indicated, Brown's Well is really critical to our water supply. It's in our most productive aquifer, and unfortunately, as we heard, due to manganese, we've not been able to use it. Just want to share with fellow citizens that manganese removal is common in water supply. Most cities and towns around us routinely remove manganese from their groundwater sources, so it's very commonly done around us. We're fortunate here in town that we haven't had to take the step yet, but time as these sources wear on, manganese increases, so this is very normal. This project will go a long way to reducing our water woes here in Ipswich, which are well documented and all of us know. So I urge you to support this, as this project will go towards solving that long-term problem. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Oh, yes. Name and address, please.
Yes. Cheryl Reed, 8 Highwood Lane. I support all these issues, the initiatives for these water improvements, but I have a question about the long-term plan for obtaining more water, since we have droughts every year.
Yep. Jim, you want to give her some sort of broad brush approach?
As most in the community know, we are limited in terms of the amount of water that we are permitted to produce. That comes down from the state and is a result of the state's analysis of what withdrawals from various sources can be done so as to limit the ecological impact of our water withdrawals. In terms of our long-term plans, we have 2 areas that we're focusing on that will make more water available, but without asking for more water to be withdrawn from our sources. Our unaccounted for water is unacceptably high. Unaccounted water is water that we put into the system that never reaches the customer. Presently, we're at about 16%. The recommended number is 10%. In the past, we have been even lower than that. So that's a pretty significant amount of water that we expect to recover by doing system improvements. A second area that is the focus of our department is our per capita consumption. The state recommends that per capita consumption be at something less than 65 gallons per day. Ipswich, to its credit and to your credit, is at 43 gallons per day. So we're at about 2/3 of what the state recommends we should be. We believe that that number can be managed lower through education and through fixture replacement and that sort of thing. So we expect that we will drive that number down, which will also increase our the stress on the availability of water. A third area that we're looking at is developing additional sources, not for pumping more water, but for having sources that we can go to when we have situations like the reduction in the output of Brown's well or some other issue that comes up that affects the reliability of the system. So those are three long-term efforts that we have underway.
Thank you. I hope that answers your question. Anyone else?
Mr. Moderator?
Yes. Mr. Doherty.
Real quick, I also would just like to remind folks to please attend the water wastewater subcommittee meetings, as we do bring these topics up quite regularly and we try to think about solutions, but having input from other people is certainly helpful. Granted, during the meeting, some of the discussions can be a bit dry, no pun intended. However, it is very important to get input from those who are within the community. So again, please keep an eye on the town calendar when we have our meetings and try to attend if possible. Thank you.
And how does someone do that? They go to the town website and then under meetings, can you just give us, like, in 2 sentences, tell us how to find a Zoom link, I take it?
Yep.
To
So
watch these?
if you go onto the town website and if you go onto the meetings calendar, you look for, during the month, they have all the different meetings that pop up, and you look for ones that say water or wastewater, click on it. They usually have an agenda attached. They have to have an agenda attached, actually. And within that agenda is the Zoom link, which you can click on.
Great, thank you. Okay, so we'll go to a vote. All those in favor, please press 1, and no, press 2. We'll keep voting open for 20 seconds. And this is a 2/3 vote because it's borrowing. That's a matter of state law. Any motion that requires borrowing, you borrow $1, it takes 2/3 vote. 3 seconds. And I declare that passes by a 2/3 vote, 324 to 7. Okay, Article 14, water infrastructure upgrades. Don't go too far, Jim. Linda Alexson of the as Water Commissioner moves that the town appropriate $4 million to pay costs of surveying, designing, permitting, and constructing improvements to the downhill water tanks and associated infrastructure as part of the town's water distribution system, including the payment of costs incidental and related thereto. That to provide this appropriation, the treasurer, with approval of the select board, be authorized to borrow $4 million under Chapter 40 or any other enabling authority. And the select board is authorized to take any other action necessary to carry out this project. Any premium received upon sale of any bonds or notes approved by this vote, less any such premium applied to the payments of costs of insurance, and such bonds and notes may be applied to the payment of costs improved by this vote in accordance with Chapter 44, thereby reducing the amount of authorized to be borrowed to pay such costs by a like amount. Is there a second? Second from Mr. White. Jim Engel.
Jim Engel, still 362 Linebrook Road, and still chair of the Water Subcommittee. Earlier this year, we received a report, an asset management report on water and wastewater infrastructure. The purpose of the report was to identify those assets in town that were associated with water and wastewater, and I'll move now specifically to water. And we were trying to get a risk assessment as to where are the critical assets in a system, what kind of risk do they present, and which ones should we be addressing in priority. The risk was really a combination of the probability of failure and the consequence of something failing. When we look at the consequence of something failing, and it was ranked from 5 to 1, with 5 having the most negative consequences if it failed, our Town Hill tank was on the top of that list. The Town Hill tank is over 50 years old and has been kept in service through the years with some minor repairs through the years. But again, it is another asset that is at the end of its useful life. And so with this appropriation of $4 million anticipates what would be needed with the Town Hill tank to either refurbish it, rehab it, or replace it. The Town Hill tank serves the majority of the community. You've probably all seen it. It's on the top of Town Hill, which is up near the top of the cemetery. And it's a 3 million gallon tank, which provides for fire flow, pressurization of the system through most of the community. Two other tanks, one in Pinefield and one on the neck, take care of the outer reaches of the system. So this appropriation, a borrowing and appropriation, would anticipate studying what needs to be done with the Town Hill tank and then moving in the direction of implementing those recommendations. We have seen preliminary work recently, actually, since we've had the hearings on this article, which are really pointing to a replacement of the tank, which will push us to needing this total appropriation. So we would ask that you support the article. And again, this is a 2/3 vote because of the borrowing being in excess of something like $2.5 million. The bylaw requires that it also go to the ballot. So you will see this question on the ballot on Tuesday. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Actually, it's a 2/3 vote because it's borrowing, but it's on the ballot because of local bylaw when it's borrowing is over a certain amount. But thank you. Mr. Wasserman is up next, and I will just want to tell everybody so we know, thank you to those on the Finance Committee that told me ahead of time there's going to be a motion to amend this to decrease the appropriation from $4 million to $200,000 and to strike the phrase constructing. And they'll get into that when they make it. But I just want to let you know that's coming. But I'd like to flesh this out with some debate. Okay, now that I've told you that, you want to sit down? Okay. All right. Does anyone want to be heard before we go to the motion to amend? All right, so let's, yeah, sure.
Thank you, Mitchell Love, 33 Summer Street. Is cost included in there for when the tank is offline for supplying water to the rest of the town while it's not being used?
Is cost included?
Yeah.
Jim?
Is there cost for supplementing if the tank is offline?
Yes. And likely, in the instance of a new tank, we would actually keep the old tank in service until the new tank is built, and then cut it over to the new tank. But the funds have been anticipated for that eventuality.
Okay. All right, so we'll go to the motion to amend. The next slide, please. So Jamie Fay of the Finance Committee moves to amend the main motion, which Mr. Engel just articulated, under Article 14 by striking the words "and constructing" and by decreasing the appropriation from $4 million to $2 million. Is there a second for that? Second. To $200,000. Yes, I misspoke. Okay, Mr. Doherty, you want to tell us why you're making this motion, even though it does Jamie Fay?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. So the Finance Committee unanimously supports the constant improvement of the water infrastructure in the town. The disagreement is the method to get there. So as of right now, we know that the Town Hill water tank needs to be addressed, but we don't know in which way. Do we need a new tank? Do we need a second tank? Does the tank that we have just need to be replaced, refurbished? We don't know that, and it's currently being studied. So what we suggested as the Finance Committee, as of right now, is to reduce the money asked from $4 million to $200,000. The $200,000 would get us to where we get the answers of what we need, and then at fall town meeting, we can come back to authorize a bond for the remaining amount to actually do the work. This doesn't delay the project. All it does is it accounts for the money being spent. Because right now you're saying, let's give $4 million, but we don't know what the design's going to be. We don't know what the costs are going to be. We're just going to have $4 million available. We're saying, let's just pay for what we need to pay for right now, which is figuring out what the project's going to be. Then once we know, what will be right around the time of fall town meeting, and we have those concrete numbers, we can then say, let's authorize X amount to move forward with that project. So this, again, does not delay anything. This just makes it a little more accountable with the money being spent.
So, Vicki, you want to speak to this? And then the select board's going to have some input on the motion to amend to decrease the appropriation.
Thank you. Vicki Hellman, Water and Wastewater Director for the town. This is all correct. The project is underway. We are in evaluation now. We have preliminary results that indicate that the tank, in fact, does need to be replaced. We expect that our design will be complete and we will be ready to bid the project prior to the fall town meeting.
Does keep it moving. It doesn't delay it. We ask for your support.
Okay, Carl?
I'll defer to Mr. Wasserman. Carl Gardner, 9 Woods Lane. I want to thank from the bottom of my heart the service that Jim Engel has brought to the community over the 40-plus years he's been working on these issues. And I think it's our responsibility with guidance by also equally experienced people like Jamie Fay to engage ourselves more and understand these problems and the solutions for them as ratepayers and as responsible water users in this community. I think it's very impressive that we have a current 43 gallons per day per capita water usage as compared to other communities in the state, and that certainly got us heading in the right direction. I think if it's true, if it's an accurate statement that this $200,000 will advance this project and give us more information upon which to decide what the best solution is, that I don't see that as detrimental to our community planning for utilities, and I would support this amendment for that reason and ask that everybody make an effort as part of the program that Jim, the 3 priorities that Jim was stating for our community, that we engage ourselves more rather than just worrying about how much water we have for our shower and how often we flush our toilet. We have to engage more how our community as a whole can cut back on its consumption and take care of our existing systems. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Mr. Wasserman, please.
Bill Wasserman, 193 Argilla Road. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I would like to support Jamie Fay's suggestion that there be an amendment providing $200,000 to do the planning. And I would like to add to what Jimmy had to say that the earlier speaker, quite early in the program, who mentioned the federal monies that may or may not be coming to the town of Ipswich. And I understand, in fact, I've already spoken to Tony, who I see is about to speak, that he says, well, there's plenty of room, even if we get the money from the state under the assistance programs. There are plenty of other projects in town that need the money, and even in the water department. Very well, they should be specified, and we should wait and see how much money comes our way. Maybe none at all. It depends, I guess, to some extent on the governor's view of the situation. But together, the prospect of money coming and the logic of Jamie Fay seems to suggest that we ought to support the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Tony, do you want to speak to this?
Thank you. Tony Marino, Ipswich Town Manager. I just wanted to support the select board on this and ask you to support this amendment. As Vicky stated, the data we have, while the final report's not done, this is going to be a tank replacement. And what I can assure you as town manager and as Vicky, we're only going to borrow what we need. We're not going to take more than we need, and if we have to, we'll come back and ask you to either rescind or repurpose those funds here at town meeting. We've got a lot of, I have daily conversations with Vicky. We're pulling water mains out of the ground with 1865 on the pipes. We've got a lot of work to do here in town, and this just slows the process down. We sat up here and we debated the design funds for the public safety building, and what the town told us then was, come back with the whole project. We want to see the whole thing. We don't want to just pay for design and then do the project. That's what this article does. We know there's a little bit more design work to do, but it will be ready before the fall town meeting, and then we'll put it out to bid. So I respectfully request that you not support this article. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Engel.
What I had expected to, or what I had intended to indicate when I referred to the asset management report was to look at the two factors that go into the ranking of the priorities. One was consequence of failure, and the other was the likelihood of failure. I have a sort of a guiding principle that I use when I read and I accept the input from consultants is, it's a little crude, but it serves me well. Just because you have a consultant in the room, don't check your brain at the door. By that, in this instance, I am looking at consequence of failure as the primary issue on this project. The Town Hill tank, although it has a lower likelihood of failure, has an extremely high consequence of failure, probably not adequately represented by the scoring system that the consultant used. A lot of the failures in town that occur in the water system, we can correct rather quickly. A broken main, a broken hydrant, an upset at the treatment plant, a well that develops a problem. If the Town Hill tank goes out of service, that is not something we can address quickly. It will be an extended period of time before we recover, which is why we have seen the need to move that project from a low priority, because the consultant says it has a low likelihood of failure, to a high priority because of the consequence. And so we would urge that you would defeat this amendment and that you would support the main motion. Thank you.
Okay, anyone else care to be heard on this? Hold on one second. Yes.
I just wanted to clarify, I misspoke earlier. I wanted to ask you to not support the amendment, but support the article. Thank you.
Yes. Name and address, please.
Helen Weatherall, 44 Fellows Road. And I would just want to speak as someone who's been working side by side with Vicki Hellman, Jim Engel, and others on the water mitigation plan and water issues. And I want to encourage people to heed Vicki Hellman's request here to not support the amendment, but to support to
vote no on the amendment and support
Yes.
the main motion.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else care to be heard? Sir, name and address, please.
Bill Kraft, 62 East Street, also a member of the Water and Wastewater Advisory Board. I've kind of lived with this tank for years. I've lived through the repainting of it and the scraping of it, and I think it's like the sidewalk that you trip over the years. It's got a snag in it, but you don't notice it, and it doesn't elevate itself to the major issue that the town should rally behind as a movement. The water tank on Town Hill, as Jim has pointed out, and the report from our one of my favorite books, by the way, I'm a consultant. One of my favorite books is Dangerous Company, and it's a discussion of the terrible things that consultants have vested upon their clients over the years. It's a cautionary note. Those of us that have lived with that tank understand the problems for this town and the extent of those problems that would be the consequence of that tank failing. If we go through the next level of study, if it needs to be replaced, if they find something that is truly a problem, we need to move on it. We need to get a second tank in its proximity, somewhere up there, that height, because it's that height. It's pumping water up into that high tank that causes enough pressure to be in the system total. That's what pushes water to the far ends of the system. And if there was a fire or if there is a failure of that tank, you don't have any water if you're on a public water system. And it would be days, sometimes weeks. There'd be operation of temporary things being brought in and put in places that are not convenient. It is absolutely important, if we're going to go to the point of studying it, and it's every likelihood that it will need to be replaced, it needs to be replaced expeditiously. So at some, it's always difficult to disagree with the Finance Committee, having been on it a long time. But in this particular instance, I think their excellent bean counting hat should be overridden with a sort of collective common sense of those who have studied and lived with this tank. It does need to be replaced. I think we need to move on it. Vote against the amendment. Vote for the original motion. Thank you.
Bill. Thank you for your service. Sir. Sir, name and address.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Moderator. Gary Champion, 3 Palomino Way. Discussions have been going on over and over about not having a strategic plan for infrastructure. This is a strategic plan for infrastructure. It's laying out a need that's been identified for our infrastructure. It's laying out a way to address it. It's giving us options going forward. It's very clear. We've got experts that are giving us the lead advice on this. This is not a if it ain't broke, don't fix it question. It is deteriorated and breaking. So this is a plan. I think we ought to shoot down the modified main motion and move this forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else care to be heard before we go to a vote on the motion? Okay, so you do. Okay, all right. If anyone else wants to speak, please get in line so we can go right through this. Yes, name and address, please.
Hi, Julia O'Leary. I'm at 23 Pleasant Street.
Welcome.
Hi. This is my first town meeting.
Well, welcome, and we'll hope you come back.
Thank you. I kind of want to echo what Gary and Bill and Helen just said. I think we're brand new to town, and we're committed to staying here for the rest of our lives. And so it's really important to me to see us invest in our infrastructure. And I think we've seen in other places in Massachusetts in the last couple of years how dangerous it is when communities don't invest in their infrastructure. And I think back in the early spring, summer of 2018, people would have said that in the Merrimack Valley region, there's a very low likelihood of there being a gas explosion. But that happened in September of 2018. And we saw how dramatic a weak infrastructure what dramatic consequences a weak infrastructure can have. So I think we should really rely on our experts. I think they've laid out really good reasons for making this investment. And I hope that folks will vote down the amendment and vote for the article. Thank you.
Thank you, and we'll see you at the next town meeting. Okay, anyone else care to be heard? So let's go to a vote on the motion to amend. So we're going to vote 1 for yes, 2 for no on the proposal to reduce the appropriation from $4 million to $2 million and to strike the phrase construction. And from $4 million to $200,000. 10 seconds left. And this is a simple majority vote. And I declare that the motion fails, 93 to 248. So now we have to vote on the main motion. That is whether to appropriate the $4 million. And we'll go to a vote. All right, sir, you want to say something first before we go? You have 3 minutes. Microphone, microphone. Yeah, he's on it, he's on it, he's on it.
I'm
Tom?
on? Okay. Yeah, Tom Kinnair, 90 Central Street. Just one question. If we appropriate
Jim?
if we borrow and appropriate the $4 million, what will be the impact on the water rate?
Can you speak to that, Jim?
As part of our budget process every year, we do a 5-year projection on rates, and we anticipate a certain amount of borrowing and debt service, and this number would be included in that. And so that going into the future, I believe on the water department, we're looking at numbers that are on the order of 10% a year. So your water rates, not just by this project, but by other projects within the department, would have a cumulative effect of something like 10% on rates.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, so let's go to the vote on the main motion, the original motion, whether to appropriate the $4 million to work on the tank, including construction. All those in favor, please signify by saying 1 for yes, 2 for no, and 15 seconds left. I declare it passes by a majority, 2/3 vote, 299 to 49. Okay, Article 15, wastewater infrastructure upgrade and design work. Hello, is this, yep, okay. Hold on, Jim. Linda Alexson, as water commissioner, moves that the town appropriate $1.5 million to pay costs of surveying, design, permitting, and constructing improvements to the aeration system at the wastewater treatment plant, the town wharf pump station, and the wastewater collection system and associated infrastructure, including the payment of costs incidental and related thereto. And that to meet this appropriation, the treasurer, with the approval of the select board, is authorized to borrow $1.5 million under Chapter 44 or any other enabling authority. And that the select board is authorized to take any other action necessary to carry out this project. Any premium received upon the sale of any bonds or notes approved by this vote, less any such premium applied to the payment of the costs of insurance for the bonds and notes, may be applied to the payment of the costs approved by the vote in accordance with Chapter 44, thereby reducing the amount authorized to be borrowed to pay the costs by a like amount. Is there a second? Second by Mr. Doherty. Jim, what's this one about?
Yeah, Jim Engel, Chair of the Wastewater Subcommittee. This ask of $1.5 million bonding authorization has really got 3 main components to it. If you've noticed the activity that's taking place in the river or on the river banks near the Choate Bridge in town, that project includes the rehabilitation of an interceptor that is actually basically in a bank of the river. If you look under the bridge, you can see a large pipe which carries wastewater underneath the bridge on its way to the town wharf pumping station. The second element has to do with the town wharf pump station. The town wharf pump station is that structure that sits at the town wharf and that accepts all of the wastewater from the entire community and then pumps it to the wastewater treatment plant at the end of Fowler's Lane. That is another one of our aging infrastructures on the wastewater side, and this project will look to rehabbing that facility or replacing that facility and potentially relocating that facility. A major issue beyond the The age of the structure that we're concerned about with respect to the Town Wharf Pump Station is sea level rise. During periods of high tides, king tides, even today, you'll notice that from time to time we actually sandbag the pump station there at the Town Wharf to keep the seawater, to keep the river out of the pump station. So we need to provide some resiliency against not just the tides we're experiencing today, but the anticipated rise in sea level in the future, so that we don't essentially flood that facility. And the third has to do with some replacement of aeration systems at the wastewater treatment plant itself, which is a sort of a subsystem at the plant which is in need of replacement. So we'd urge your support of this article.
Linda, the Select Board? Unanimously in support?
Unanimously in
Great.
support. Thank you.
Michael, the FinCom?
Unanimously in support.
Okay, does anyone care to be heard on this? Okay, we'll go to a vote. This is borrowing, so it's 2/3 vote. All those in favor, please press 1. No, press 2. Three seconds. Okay, I declare that passes by a 2/3 vote, 289 to 18. Article 16 is the first of a few zoning articles. Mr. Anderson of the Planning Board moves to amend the Ipswich zoning bylaw as set forth in Article 16 of the warrant for this town meeting. Is there a second? Second from Mr. Doherty. Keith.
Thank you, sir. Good morning. The word inclusionary rather, means to provide equal access. Inclusionary housing refers to policies created to gain more affordable housing units and fund affordable housing programs. In Ipswich, this is done through language in the bylaw requiring 10% affordable units for developments over a certain size, or a so-called payment in lieu of the unit for smaller projects, or both in combination. The fees collected are used to support affordable housing programs. As background, last fall, a citizen petition was brought forth to this town meeting to reduce the fraction when affordable units would be required for multifamily developments and to change the payment structure. The planning board at the time opposed the article, given how it was written, and because we felt the outcome was not going to be as intended, nor perhaps even implementable. The board did pledge to come back to this town meeting with an article to address this topic, which is what is in front of us this morning. Article 16 proposes 4 changes. Next slide, please.
You're going to have to direct them through the slide.
Yeah, sorry, next one. And you can go to the next one. Thanks. First, we propose to increase the affordable unit requirement from 10% to 15%. Put another way, instead of an affordable unit being required at the 10th unit built, it would now be required at the 7th unit built with no payment option. Reasoning is that currently we at best tread water, given prior articles, we at best tread water for developments that came before the board. Raising the percentage to 15% for these projects is intended to move the needle for the town's housing goals related to increasing affordable housing stock. The second important change is to alter the bylaw language to remove specific payment dollar amounts from Section 9I and footnote 11 to replace these amounts with a reference to something called the Planning Board's payment in lieu regulation. I think we all realize the current payments in the bylaw are simply too low, which encourages developers to pay the fee rather than potentially build a unit. And they are too inflexible. These fees are part of the bylaw and require a 2/3 town meeting vote to adjust them. The idea of moving these to a separate regulation is that the payment values can be reviewed and adjusted regularly by public hearing and will therefore reflect fees based on realities of housing costs and development costs. Next slide, please. The third change looks to insert language to ensure that any affordable unit built, be it an owned unit or rented unit, be indistinguishable from the so-called market rate units in the development. This includes what it looks like, what the building finishes are, the materials, as well as cost to live there, so things like cost of utilities. The fourth change is simply just moving language related to income calculations from one section to another. There's no language change, it simply cleans up the section. So, this is what the proposed article does. No more, no less. But what about that payment in lieu structure, right? Next slide, please. If this article passes this morning, there is a hearing advertised and set for June 3rd to implement the regulation that I referred to. So what does it look like? The regulation, what the regulation does rather, is create a formula that considers the cost to create a unit, market rate, medium income, interest rates, considers the project size. The regulation also clearly states that when a unit is required, and which again would now be at the 7th unit, not the 10th. The overarching idea is that the cost to provide a unit should be less than or nearly equivalent to any fee charged. This is best shown with examples, which is what you see on the slide. I hope you see it on the slide, okay. As you can see, the requirement to provide a unit now occurs with every 7th unit instead of every 10th for both ownership and rental developments. You may note that the payment increase for smaller developments, particularly small rental situations, is small. The example on the slide shows 3. We don't want to disincentivize these, and in fact want to encourage these types of development. If you read the Ipswich housing production plan, there is a very, very real need for these types of living situations in town. However, as developments get larger, shown as an example for 10 units on the slide, and particularly for ownership developments, the payment in lieu increases are quite substantial. This payment structure is not explicitly part of the article, but it is obviously an integral part of its implementation. And we ask that you support Article 16. Thank you.
Okay. Linda, the select board's position on this?
Unanimously in favor.
Unanimously in favor. And Mr. Schaaf, you want to speak to this for the Finance Committee?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Michael Schaaf, member of the Finance Committee, Shagbark Woods. Affordable housing is a significant need in this community. The recent housing production plan, which is available on the town website, reports that about 1,500 households in this community pay more than the rule of thumb for the proportion of income to be allocatable to housing. For a low-income family in this town has incomes for a family of 4 of about $82,400. So there's 1,500 households that are paying more than 30% of their income already, which is a burden. And the Planning Board has done some good homework here in developing this inclusionary zoning that favors the development of the unit. It expands the requirements for affordable housing, and there's a pending payment in lieu structure. I've reviewed the analysis underpinning the payment in lieu structure that's not yet finalized, as Keith has reported. It looks sound to me. The Finance Committee voted 8-0 to recommend this article. I urge your support.
Yes, somebody want to speak to this? Mr. Florio.
Thank you. Chris Florio, 44 Fellows Road. When we brought the citizens petition for the payment in lieu to the last town meeting, the planning board and planning office gave us the word they would come back with a considered payment in lieu article. I want to first of all thank them for sticking to their word, and I think it is a well-considered article, and I support it. And I encourage the planning board to just stay diligent with keeping the payment in lieu payments up to date. But I support this article very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
Good day. Odile Breton, 9 Saffron Lane, Ipswich. I had tremendous concerns about this article when it first came out. I think there's an unintended consequence with smaller developers and owners of multifamily rental units. The burden of affordable housing is passed on to them because affordable housing is heavily regulated, and it's regulated at a municipal, state, and federal level, depending on how the site is developed. I don't know that 15% works. I didn't see any evidence that in other towns that was necessarily working, so I'm not 100% 100% convinced that it will work in Ipswich. The other concern I have with the payment in lieu, I appreciate the table that was presented, and I think it's great. However, it doesn't do comparison to what the cost is to the owner-developer over time, because affordable housing does not stop on a one-time payment when you're in that industry. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else care to be heard? Okay, so let's go to a vote then. This is a zoning article. All zoning articles, at least this year, they've changed it, but right, all of them are 2/3 majority votes to pass. They change it for some. So all those in favor, please press 1 and 2 for no, and the voting will be open for another 15 seconds. Okay, I declare that passes by 2/3 vote, 257 to 66. Article 17, Great Estates Preservation Development Amendments. Keith Anderson of the Planning Board moves to amend the Ipswich zoning bylaw as set forth in Article 17 of the warrant for this town meeting. Is there a second? Second. Mr. Doherty. Ms. Britt from the Planning Board. Floor is yours.
Hi there, I'm just looking to see if you have the slides up.
And actually, Carolyn, you're going to have to, I'm sorry, you're going to have to look behind you
Okay.
and just tell them when you want them to advance them.
Yeah, okay, yeah, thank you. It's advanced. Carolyn Britt, 1 Shagbark Woods. Can you all hear me? Thank you. So the town of Ipswich adopted the Great Estate bylaw in 1997. And at the time, Ipswich had 3 properties owned by religious organizations that we were particularly concerned about. And we wanted to make sure that they had options for development in another style, just in suburban residential. We also, in those cases, and in the bylaw, they all have to have historic estate houses on them. And so one of the other criteria was to save the old estate houses where possible by renovation or reuse. And finally, encourage the protection of open space. And I think that, our history in using the Great Estate bylaw has been a particularly noteworthy one, with Turner Hill preserved as preserved the estate home, has a cluster subdivision and a golf course, and a lot of forest land abutting Willowdale, and then also New England Biolass, which has, a noteworthy corporate development, saving the estate home, and again, recreation and open space. This will be the 5th time since 1997 that the Great Estate bylaw will have been amended. And the amendments generally come where people are concerned about, or we have opportunities to further, when there are particular properties on the market or about to come on the market, and we would like to see them preserved also. And next slide. So this amendment still requires a significant estate home and at least 60 acres of land. But as it had in 1948, number one, it defines what the characteristics of the mansion home are, the estate home. It allows that some of the open land may have already been protected by preservation with qualifying conservation organization and requiring public access. So that's certainly, one of the key features. So the same amount of protected land is required. We're just allowing that it might have been already protected. So it reduces the total square footage of buildings on the property. It used to be 40,000 square feet. It's now 30,000 square feet, to allow this to address somewhat smaller properties already in development. And to also accommodate a property where the major use was a personal home as opposed to a retreat house like had been on the other religious properties. It adds that the requirement that the state house be at least 12,500 square feet in size. It requires that the formula for determining additional development based on a land area unrestricted for development. And finally, insofar as residential properties might be developed, the bylaw requires now 15% of the units be affordable, whereas before it was 10%. So that's a consistent change with what Keith just talked about with the affordable housing bylaw. So why this particular, pardon? I'm sorry, I thought you were signaling me. So why this current change? And to be honest, 55 Waldingfield Road has been on the market for some time. I'm sure a lot of you had seen that. Next door to that is the Julia Bird Reservation, which we've all been enjoying for 10-plus years. Protected riverfront property. It's really a special place. And the fact that this property had already donated that land, meeting the requirements, which was publicly accessible and managed by a conservation organization, it seemed appropriate that this property be eligible as a great estate under the Great Estate Bylaw. So what we have added, there were a number of companies and individual developers approaching the planning department with options, and this particular company has approached the planning board with a proposal to do everything that we want it to do, which is rehab the estate house, continue open land on the current property to meet the proportion that is required in the Great Estate Bylaw. And so the feeling was that an amendment in this situation made more sense than continuing to allow that property to be marketed with the possibility of a number of suburban estate homes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The select board's position, Linda?
Unanimously in favor.
Okay. And Mr. Schaaf, the Finance Committee's endorsement?
Michael Shaw, Finance Committee, Shagbark Woods. I wish to avoid conflicting with Ms. Britt on this matter.
We're on the record here, okay, so this is being recorded.
The Great Estates Bylaw to date has, I think the Finance Committee recognizes, has been a success. We've managed development on 2 properties that have complemented the town, and it seems to make sense in a Finance Committee's estimation to adapt the Great Estates Bylaw as is proposed by the Planning Board. And thus the Finance Committee recommends this 8-0. I urge your support.
Okay. Anyone care to be heard on this? Seeing none, we will up. Carl, you want to have something to say?
Carl Gardner, 9 Woods Lane. Am I correct in assuming that this change in the bylaw is being tailored to that one property on Waldingfield Road? Is that correct?
I believe so, Carolyn.
You could look at it that way. I think that one of the issues is when looking at the different options that come forward, this seems like it is most consistent with the Great Estate Bylaw and with what we want to accomplish on properties like that. So yes, it is, that particular development proposal is driving this change, but I think the change is completely consistent with the ongoing purposes of the bylaw.
Sure, and I agree with that. What I would like to suggest in the future, so town meeting really understands the implications on a specific site like this, that I would see no problem with showing examples of what the zoning change would enable by graphics, site plans, and so showing the dramatic impact, positive impact it would have on a property such as this, and that kind of graphic I think would be very helpful in promoting the idea.
Well, again, like I said to the last speaker, this is something you should take up with the committee directly rather than town meeting.
Yeah, I'm just making a public suggestion. Yeah. That's all.
Yeah, it's a good idea.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else care to be heard on this one? Okay, so then we'll go to a vote. This is a 2/3 majority required to pass. All those in favor, press 1, 2, press no. I declare that passes by 2/3 vote, 309 to 21. Okay, is Helen Weatherall with us? Article 18. Keith Anderson of the Planning Board moves to amend the Ipswich zoning bylaws set forth in Article 18, the warrant for this town meeting. Is there a suggestion? Excuse me, is there a second?
Second.
Second, Mr. Doherty. Helen?
Thank you. I have 2 slides that are prepared, but rather than read them to you, they're very simple, but they'll be projected for you for clarity on this. I would like to say before I start that I'm very encouraged by the number of articles that are addressing water. I'm sure that many of you with us today are relieved to see action being taken on them, on the water issue. So I am Helen Weatherall, 44 Fellows Road. I'm a planning board member and also a member of the Water Mitigation Action Committee, who's been working very hard on addressing water mitigation in Ipswich. So the purpose of this article is to amend the protective zoning bylaw. The point is to address or to encourage the minimization of water demand in accordance with the Board of Water Commissioner. I'd like also to bring people's attention to the fact that it was the Water Neutral Growth Plan that put this into motion, and the Water Net Neutral Growth Plan, mouthful, came to us in 2019 and was amended in 2020. The Water Neutral Growth Plan, the town water department pursued a climate resiliency grant from the Metropolitan Area Planning Council and partnered with Ipswich River Water Association to study and identify opportunities for the town to achieve water neutral growth. So that's where this began. And if you remember last year, we voted for an interim water mitigation program that was adopted last October. In fall of last year, the town meeting was stated that the interim water use mitigation program would be updated this spring, and that's the purpose of my standing here. The purpose is to work. Purpose is to work cooperatively with a water mitigation bylaw. So this has multiple parts to it. There are 2 initiatives, and the 2 initiatives to reduce the impact of new growth and development on our water system, is to encourage efficient water use and to fund improvements for improvements that we discussed earlier today. So in conclusion, this is submitted by the planning board. In simple terms, these amendments give the planning board the muscle needed to mitigate water demand by new construction in town. I ask you to support it.
Thank you very much. The select board's position on this?
So the select board was 3-2 in favor of this. I was actually one of the ones who opposed it originally because the final water use mitigation regulations are still being drafted and discussed. However, we do have the interim water use mitigation program currently in place, and I am assured that if this article is approved, it will apply to the interim WAMP plan until such time as the water commissioners adopt a final program and regulations. So therefore, I am changing my vote to support this, and so the select board is 4-1.
4-1 in favor, okay. And Mr. Schaaf, you want to give us the position of the FinCom on this?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Michael Schaaf, Finance Committee. The water everywhere. Maybe we'll get some rain today as well. Although there's such a prominent issue in town, the planning board has really limited capacity to regulate water. This gives them some muscle to address water as part of its special permitting process. The Finance Committee recommended this article 5-2. I'm one of the 5. I urge your support.
Anyone care to be heard? Sir. Mr. Fierro, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Pleasure to see you.
Good to see you too.
For the record, Ben Fierro, 16 Northridge Road. I am the Vice Chairman of the Zoning Board of Appeals, but I'm not speaking for the Zoning Board of Appeals, and I'm not taking a position on this. I just want to point out that, so that the town meeting members understand, this would change the criteria for the granting of a special permit. There's a number of special permits that are granted by both the Planning Board and the Zoning Board of Appeals. So, for example, if you're a homeowner who wants to have an accessory apartment, that requires a special permit from the ZBA. If you want to build a detached garage as an accessory structure, if it's more than 750 square feet, that requires a special permit. If you live in the RRA district and you're looking to put a porch on your home and you need some zoning relief, if you qualify, that would be a special permit. In all those circumstances, theoretically, the board could impose certain water mitigation requirements upon you. So, for instance, if you're going to have an accessory apartment, in theory, the board could require the use of a low-flow toilet, low-flow shower heads, and the like, water-efficient appliances. Same with any of the other things that I mentioned. If you were putting a porch as an addition on your home and it required a special permit because you need some setback relief, again, the board could impose these water mitigation requirements on your home, even if you're just putting a screened-in porch, for instance, on your home. So I just wanted to point that out so folks understand the entire context of how this could be applied. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you very
Moderator.
much for giving us some context. That's helpful. I hope that's helpful. Mr. Gibbs, it's a pleasure to see you. Hope you're well.
Glenn Gibbs, 4 Cameron Avenue. Just wanted to respond briefly to what Ben said. He's technically correct, except that when these criteria get applied, the practice is that you apply stuff that applies, and if it doesn't apply, it doesn't. So in the case of side yard setbacks and some of the other things that he mentioned, water demand is not applicable because there's nothing that's being done that would affect water use. So, I mean, if there was a deep concern about it, you could always apply the following criteria as applicable, but I don't even think that's necessary because that's the way that the processes work. So I don't think it's an issue in this case.
Thank you. Okay, anyone else care to be heard? Then we'll go to a vote. This is 2/3 majority is required. All those in favor, please press 1, 2, no, and we'll have 20 seconds to take up the vote. Two seconds. Voting is closed. I declare that passes by 2/3 vote, 232 to 77. Article 19. Keith Anderson of the Planning Board moves to amend the Ipswich zoning bylaws set forth in Article 19 of the warrant for this town meeting, but with the following proviso added to the end of subsection G2. Quote, this reduction shall not be allowed where there is an existing encroachment into the applicable setback. Is there a second? For Mr. Doherty. Mitch?
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Mitchell O, 33 Summer Street. Thank you for this opportunity to present to reduce this climate vulnerability, to increase climate resiliency, and to increase energy efficiency. Also requires that all municipal decisions, including land use and development planning, include the review of energy source and use. In addition, the resolution also states the town will establish and or expand programs.
Concerns of the members of the planning board, of the finance committee regarding increasing density, the adjustment that the planning board has made, I think speak to it. We've not revoted it. Perhaps the finance committee members wish to speak about their thinking on this adjustment. But we voted against this. In my mind, it improves, this adjustment improves the article, and I support it.
Okay, sir. Name and address? 3 minutes.
Good morning. My name is Stephen Salter. I'm at 195 County Road.
As a former Planning Commission member for the city of Tacoma, Washington, this issue has come across my desk before, and it appears that there's been oversight in the review of this process. While I enjoy and appreciate social engineering for the betterment of all those concerned, specifically due to environmental consciousness, the National Fire Protection Agency is a very active reviewer of all land use and side yard and rear setback issues. The National Fire Protection Agency, or the NFPA, is concerned whenever we increase density, where there's a possibility of jumping of fires from building to building. I do not understand, and nor could I support a motion or a standard that socially engineers us to lessen side yard setbacks or rear yard setbacks that may pose a fire hazard to those of us who are living in this community. It does not make sense from an engineering standpoint to lessen a fire break between buildings. While I appreciate the energy consciousness that's associated with it, I don't think the person whose house burns down next to the ones that caught on fire is going to appreciate that issue. So I think a discussion from an engineering feasibility standpoint needs to be entwined in this conversation, and also whether or not additional fire break materials or fire resistant materials will be required if you lessen these setback issues. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Sir, did you want to speak to this?
Ed Marsh, 23 Woods Lane. It seems to me that the money phrase here is aggressively, and that's such a vague term. It's really hard to understand how today's board might interpret it, much less how tomorrow's board might interpret it. You think about the potential for any sort of a change that you want to make, putting you in a position, you want to change your deck, you want to get the permit, you got to pull out your boiler and put panels on the roof. But remember, for people that were early adopters of panels, they invested in systems based on an agreement with the town about how they would be able to sell back electricity, and suddenly discovered that that agreement was changed. So even if you kind of philosophically agree with this, the mechanics of it and the implementation are very, very difficult. And aggressively is a terrifying term.
Thank you. Who else wants to speak to this? Billy?
Billy Whitmore, on the select board. Just a clarifying question that I asked member of the planning board, trying to figure this out. So just for everyone's benefit, so in this instance, my question was whether or not the setback can still be reduced, and the answer is yes. The only case when it wouldn't be is if the setback is already encroached upon as it exists. So in that case, for me personally, I would vote against this because I'm concerned about building bigger houses in already dense areas. So that's where I'm at.
Okay. Mike?
Mike Johnson, 1 Newville Place. I urge you to support this article with the amended changes to it. It meets the spirit of what the zero carbon resolution intended, and these are one of the examples of one of the many types of strategies that will need to be employed for us to meet. Now, while the zero carbon resolution adhered to municipal buildings and properties, this does also meet the town-wide efforts that we want to try to meet a zero carbon goal. So I would urge you to support the article. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Miles?
Steve Miles, 58 North Main Street, and I'm a member of the Historic Commission. A request for a point of clarification from the Planning Board. Recently, the Historical Commission has expressed a concern about developments in sections of the Architecture Preservation District where density proposals with special permits have gone from 2 units to 7 units. And I'm wondering whether or how this change in the bylaw affects the density of structures allowed in some of our most historic streetscapes. Thank you.
Keith, can you speak to that, or Mitch? Either one of you, whoever's up on it.
We're talking about adding 1 foot into the setback, so it might increase the density slightly, but not, in the in-town residential district right now, the allowable setback is 10 feet. This would change it from 10 feet to 9 feet. So it might increase the density slightly, but, it's our feeling that the increase in energy efficiency is a benefit. And sometimes when you, in order to get a better energy envelope, it requires a thicker wall. So that's one of the things we're trying to address, that in order to really get a well-designed wall takes a little bit more space. Oftentimes you do a double-step construction with multiple layers of insulation in order to kind of reach the energy goals that we're looking for, where a lot of houses will be going in the future. So it's kind of acknowledging that. In addition, someone else asked a question previously about fire safety and things like that. Absolutely, I'm an architect. I design buildings near property lines all the time. There are building code requirements that say, based on how far you are from a building setback, you must have a certain fire rating on an exterior wall that faces that property line. This would not change that at all. You would still have to require a 1 hour or 2 hour or 3 hour fire rated wall based upon your setback distance from the property line. In addition, the building code also limits the amount of openings in that wall based upon how far you are from the property line setback. This would not change that at all. So I just want to make that clarify that we're not trying to scare anybody or anything else like that. We're not trying to make an unsafe condition for anybody in town. The building code already addresses that, and the building code will still be enforced based upon this.
Okay, thank you very much. Carolyn?
Yeah, Carolyn Britt, 1 Shagbark Woods, a member of the planning board. I guess I agree with Mr. Marsh that aggressive is a scary word, but I consider the $1.5 million that we just put into fixing our pump station at the town wharf and the monies that in subsequent years we're going to have to allocate to rebuilding Jeffreys Neck Road and Argilla Road, which are key, elements of what the town is, are pretty scary and aggressive numbers. And I think we're dealing with an aggressive problem, and that we need to take that on in a number of different ways, and the town has already recognized that in the resolution. But I think in the other aspect, which will come to me here in a minute, I think you need to think about the changing on these, the 1 foot setback reduction. Think about an existing older home, not the ones that are 2 feet from each other, but the ones that currently meet the setbacks, but were built in maybe 1900, and are really minimal insulation, and they want to do a good job at making it a very energy efficient home. And they can ruin all of the interior fit out of that house by building out the walls and doing a rehab, or they can remove the exterior walls and build them out. And so that's what this was originally conceived for, is to give options to being energy efficient to existing buildings in town that just need that extra foot in order to do the right thing. Thank you.
Okay. Bob, before I recognize you, I want to go to the select board. They've now had a chance to revote and take their position. So Linda, what's the select board on this?
Thank you. The select board remains 2 in favor, 3 opposed, and I just want to add my own comment to this. It's fair to say that we all encourage energy efficient construction, but I don't support reducing setbacks as a reward for that, particularly in the in-town residential district. Homeowners and developers know what the setbacks are when they are designing their plans and should scale their projects accordingly. However, energy efficiencies will be incorporated, they should be incorporated without any kind of reward, including encroachment into setbacks, even if it's only 1 foot. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Weddle.
I was reluctant to, Bob Weatherall, Labor and Vane Road. I was reluctant to stand up and didn't plan to stand up. I have such respect for the people who've been working on this measure, and I have such respect for their goals. I just stand as a 38-year professional in the design and build in this town. And my impulse on hearing this, reading this, is that I feel as though we in the designing and building business would much rather take the challenge of meeting energy efficiency goals within the footprint of the house and would then expand the footprint of the house. I have so much respect also for the existing setbacks, for neighborhood context, for historic neighborhoods, and for open space preservation. I don't think it's worth allowing larger buildings in small spaces for energy efficiency. I'd much rather see it done through creative design solutions rather than expansion of footprint. Thank you.
Thank you. Ken?
Ken Savoy, Old England Road. I too, although applaud the effort at energy efficiency, it's been a big part of my career as an architect for many years, do not feel the planning board is the board to be regulating this. I think, first of all, when you're going before the planning board, you're oftentimes going with conceptual plans that haven't developed building in full, and you're not even certain yet what type of systems you might be incorporating in the building. So I don't think the planning board should be requiring that level of engineering be conducted when you're getting a preliminary permit. The place for this is really in building code. If we want to encourage more energy efficient buildings, we should make efforts on the state level and also the local level. And lastly, I think what the underlying incentive here is to get more people to use electricity in heat, in solar and renewables in terms of heating and cooling their homes. And it seems that trying to create incentives through the electric light department would be a much more effective way of generating this. I think a 1 foot carrot, as it's been described, is in setback is not an appropriate incentive.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, we'll go to a vote. Before we go to a vote, well, let's go to a vote and I'll announce something. So this is a zoning article, zoning matter, so it's a 2/3 vote. All those in favor, please press 1, and 2, please press no. And when you finish voting, don't forget that this high school is selling refreshments, and we've been here for almost 3 hours, and people tend to get cranky, so feel free if you want to take a break and go get some to eat. But I declare that fails to carry a 2/3 vote, 60 in favor and 247 opposed. Article 20, Mr. Kalman. Linda Alexson of the Select Board moves that the Select Board petition the General Court to adopt legislation as set forth in Article 20 of the warrant for this town meeting, and further to authorize the Select Board to approve amendments which shall be within the scope of the general public objectives of this petition. And is there a second?
Second.
Seconded. Mr. Kalman.
Rich Kalman, 9 Ocean Drive, Vice Chair of the Ipswich Housing Authority. I'm here before you today on this article because of a very exciting opportunity at the Housing Authority. What is the Housing Authority? It is a totally independent, nonprofit organization. It is not their work does not affect the budget of Ipswich. It is an entirely separate organization. We own 250 units in Ipswich. They are very affordable, even unlike some 40Bs. These are the most affordable housing units. They house our elderly and our low-income residents, and our rent is subsidized by the state and the federal government, and that is what keeps it truly affordable. And the Housing Authority is the largest contributor to the Ipswich affordable housing inventory. And most of our residents have really been Ipswich residents for more than 10 years. And the exciting opportunity is that we are now having the opportunity to go out to the public and make a major renovation at a good portion of our housing stock. And specifically, it's Agawam Village, which contains 80 elderly units and 14 family units. But these were built 43 years ago and have not had any renovations really in those 43 years. But we have now paid off the loan that built them which allows the housing authority to go out in the public marketplace and actually get a loan to renovate these buildings. And this will be a major renovation: roofs, windows, heating, kitchens, bathrooms. But since we are so heavily regulated, the bid process to construct these renovations or conduct these renovations can add up to 30 or 40% to the cost of the renovations. And so a home rule petition allows the housing authority to go through a different bidding process. The contractors still get paid prevailing wage, but the process is more streamlined, and the cost savings results in more renovations, more bang for the actual buck that we're spending. We have the support of Bruce Tarr and Brad Hill that when this home rule petition gets to the legislature, that it will be passed. And this is the way housing authorities traditionally go out and make renovations. So we are following the blueprint that has been done by other housing authorities that have been fortunate enough to be in a situation where they could go out and borrow funds. So this will have no fiscal impact on our budget or on our municipality. And on behalf of the Housing Authority and our residents, we would ask that you support this warrant article.
Thank you. Linda?
I just want everyone to understand that in the FinCom book, there was an error recording the select board vote as 2-3. The select board actually voted unanimously in favor of supporting this article. Thank you.
Thank you. Those typos come up all the time. You just can't get away from them. Michael? I'm sorry, Michael Shaw.
If there were an award, Michael Shaw, Finance Committee, if there were an award given for the most esoteric article on the warrant, this one would receive the award. But it's nonetheless quite important. The adjustment that is requested by the Housing Authority makes all the sense in the world. It will maintain competitive bidding, so it'll get a good price for its buck. The Finance Committee supports this unanimously.
Okay. All right. Someone wants to be heard on this. Tom? If anyone else would like to be heard, please get in queue up so we can move this along.
Hi, Tom Kinnair, 90 Central Street. Another question, the summary covers like the first 2/3 of section 1. My question is, what does that last sentence, subject to compliance with the requirements of said chapter 30, the project may be conveyed to and may be owned, maintained, and operated by an entity not owned, controlled, or managed by Ipswich Housing Authority? What's the point of that clause, and what's the intent there?
Rich, can you answer that question? Tell us again, what clause you're referring to?
It's basically the last sentence of section 1. Subject to compliance with requirements of said chapter 30B, the project may be conveyed to and may be owned, maintained, and operated by an entity that is not owned, controlled, or managed by Ipswich Housing Authority. And it goes on for another 4 or 5 lines.
Okay. Yep, I can explain that. So all of the property that is owned by the Housing Authority is held in one title, the Ipswich Housing Authority. But the loan that built these 94 units will only affect a certain portion of our property. So what the Housing Authority will have to do is set up a separate nonprofit, potentially corporation, to hold title, because we're only going to grant a loan on the area that is where these 94 units are. The rest of the Housing Authority will not be mortgaging its property for this renovation. It will be specific to this location. Like I say, it's a very exciting thing that only a few housing authorities have been able to do, because you have to have paid off the loan that built the buildings, and you have to be, have the foresight to see that you can go out in the marketplace. And, we have a board that has been very progressive.
Does that answer your question? Yep, okay.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Carolyn, did you want to say something?
Now I've done it. Okay. Yeah, Carolyn Britt, still 1 Shagbark Woods. I had a conversation with the head of the the chair of the Housing Authority Board to the effect that, unfortunately, that the heating systems have all been replaced already, and it's the only thing that doesn't need to be rehabbed. So you still have the opportunity, even though they put back in, a fossil fuel system, you still have the opportunity to make those buildings as efficient as possible and as low cost as possible for the low-income residents living there, and as comfortable and healthy as possible by having electric cooking. So I certainly encourage you, given that the Ipswich Housing Authority may be a quasi-public, it still bears our name, and I ask that these buildings be as wonderful as you want them to be. Thanks.
And I can say the Housing Authority doesn't pretend to be experts in the design aspect, so we contract with a company that works with housing authorities when they want to undertake renovations such as this, and so they will really have the oversight with the architectural design, et cetera, so I'm sure all those features will be part of the analysis.
Okay, so we'll go to a vote on this. This simple majority vote. All those in favor, please signify by pressing 1, and those opposed, press 2. Thanks. I declare that passes by a majority vote, 292 to 13. Article 21, noise control. Linda Alexson of the Select Board moves to amend the Ipswich general bylaws by adding Chapter 145, noise control bylaw, as set forth in Article 21 for the warrant for this town meeting. Is there a second? Second. Tammy, thank you very much. Tony Marino, you want to fill us in on this, what this is about?
Good afternoon, Tony Marino, Town Manager. This article puts parameters and rules in place to allow Ipswich residents to enjoy the life free of excess noise. Ipswich has seen an increase in noise complaints over the years, and this article was drafted to address resident concerns from loud music, early dumpster pickups, in commercial areas that abut residential neighborhoods and other excessive noise issues. Support of this article will give the police department and other department heads the ability to address excessive noise complaints and assess fines when necessary. This is the second time I've brought this article forward. I did this similar article in a prior town, and I also had the benefit of enforcing it for 3 years. I can tell you it does help. It gives us the tools to use to go, advise the dumpster companies and landscapers and things like that to, not pick up too early in the morning, and it puts parameters in place for that. It's not onerous. It doesn't get into decibel levels, and there's a reason for that. The air pollution bylaw that DEP sets forth says you need to set ambient, and then you can't be 10 decibels above that. But unfortunately, ambient is different in different areas of town, so it's difficult to assess that. And you need specific equipment, and they have to be calibrated, and it just gets into a situation that doesn't benefit the town or the residents. So I would ask for support of this bylaw in the future. If we need to make adjustments and changes, we can always come back and do that at this meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Linda?
Select Board was unanimously in favor.
Select Board unanimous in support. Mr. Burke, for the Finance Committee.
Good afternoon. Joe Burke, that's B-O-U-R-Q-U-E, 18 Bush Hill Road, member of the Finance Committee. The Finance Committee voted 7-0 to support this article. It's our understanding this bylaw may not reduce noise complaints, but will certainly put in place better standards to help determine what noise is considered a nuisance. And passage of this article will have no impact on the tax rate. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Does anyone care to be heard on this? Sir, come on down. Anyone else who wants to be heard, please get in line so we can go right to you. Sir, name and address?
Hey, I'm Chris Blagg, 13 East Street. I guess I'm just a little worried about the kind of arbitrary nature of this
enforcement.
Enforcement. It seems without decibel levels, it could get really subjective and arbitrary really quick, cause more conflict, and I don't know. I'm in a little string band in town, and we like to play around the fire, and we keep it pretty low and quiet. I can imagine that we're causing too much trouble, but without knowing the decibel level, what that would be, we're kind of at a loss. And I don't know, just interested in why couldn't we just, a lot of towns have decibel level noise, so we would know how loud or quiet we can be. Thanks.
Tony, you want to speak to that?
As I stated before, like I said, this is round 2 on this bylaw, and similar concerns were brought up before. They never came to fruition. I will say the towns that tend to put decibel levels in, it's been my experience, and after talking to other towns that have done that, they do that to reduce the complaints, because they put the onus back on the resident that's complaining to go and get the decibel level and set ambient. So it ends up being just more trouble than it's worth, in my opinion. And like I said, after enforcing it for 3 years, what you're talking about, people playing around the campfire, small house parties, things like that, weren't the issue. It's the early morning dumpster pickups, landscapers starting at 6 a.m. on a Sunday morning. Those kind of issues came up, and this did allow us to address those issues.
Sir.
Hi, Bob Haggerty, 82 High Street, which happens to be right next to Dunkin' Donuts. And thank you. You guys won't believe the time they empty their dumpster.
Oh, man.
Every single morning at 3:30 a.m.
Oh, boy.
Thank you. Please, everybody, pass this.
That was good. Sir, you're up next.
Hi, Dan McAlpine, 22 South Main Street. This is just way too general. I'm not even a lawyer. I can tear it apart right now. And to the fines are nominal. They really don't mean much of anything. $75 for your first offense. And in addition to that, it specifically mentions loud music. Can anybody here define what loud is? What's loud? Okay, thank you very much.
All right. Okay, so thank you very much. Seeing no one else that wants to speak on this, we'll go to a vote. This requires a simple majority. All those in favor, please press 1, and no, 2, and the voting will be open for 20 seconds. Five seconds. Okay, I declare that passes by a majority, 239 to 87. Article 21. Remember, any instructions, no applause. Article 21 by electronic voting. 22, excuse me, thank you. Linda Alexson of the Select Board moves to amend Chapter 25 of the Ipswich General Bylaws set forth in Article 22 of the warrant for this town meeting. Is there a second? You can't second it because you made the motion. Second. Thank you. Linda?
Thank you. This town meeting forum, right here, like we're doing now, is the oldest and most valued form of local government. Sorry, I'm out of breath. I just ran to my car. Giving all registered voters the opportunity to voice their opinion and vote on important matters that shape our community and affect our finances. Sorry. As we know quite well, hand counting hundreds of votes on strongly contested matters is extremely time consuming and can lead and has led to inaccurate results requiring recounts and questions of invalidity. Voters are demanding that the town meeting process be as time efficient and, most importantly, as accurate as possible. We have the technology available to streamline the process and ensure accuracy, although it is currently at the moderator's sole discretion if and when to employ it. This bylaw amendment would mandate electronic voting be used for all contested articles, thus saving valuable time and instilling confidence that the results are true and correct. The Select Board unanimously supports this article. Thank you.
Mr. Burke, from the Finance Committee.
Joe Burke, Finance Committee. The Finance Committee unanimously recommends the move to electronic voting for town meetings. Having had the opportunity to trial this at several previous meetings, we believe that we'll be able to continue to refine the process, creating efficiencies and increasing accuracy in the voting counts. The estimated cost to purchase the system is approximately $21,000 or $2,500 a day if we choose to rent. The town manager is looking at opportunities to cost share with surrounding towns that have differing town meeting schedules. Passage of this article would eventually increase the tax rate ever so slightly by approximately 0.006 per thousand when electronic voting is budgeted and purchased. Thank you.
Does anyone care to be heard? So we'll go to a vote. All those, yes? Nate, Nat, did you want to say something?
Nat Pulse for 11 Welding Field Road. Are we talking about the town purchasing an electronic voting system, or are we talking about the town using an electronic system?
The bylaw
I
would
ask
require
because
use of it.
I would strongly recommend that we lease it or rent it from an organization who then maintains it, keeps it modern, sets it up, takes it down.
This bylaw would just say we have to use it for most contested votes. As to how we pay for it, whether we rent it, whether we buy it, those are other questions.
Thank you.
Okay, anyone else? Okay, let's go to vote. This is a simple majority. All those in favor, press 1. No, against, press 2. Okay, and that passes 296 to 22 by a majority vote. Article 23, boats and waterways. Chief Nickus, as harbor master, moves to amend the Chapter 118 of the Ipswich General Bylaws as set forth in Article 23 of the warrant for this town meeting. Is there a second? Second from Mr. Doherty. Chief.
Good evening, Chief Nickus, Juniper Street. So the Select Board reached out to the Harbor Master's Office, the Waterways Advisory Committee, and the Government Study Committee to look at our current bylaws that regulate boating in Ipswich and compare that to our Harbor Master rules and regulations of the waterways and see where we could make some consolidations or enforcement changes to help with managing the waterways of the town of Ipswich. So pretty much everything that's been added into this bylaw currently exists in either state law, which is Chapter 90B, which the state controls, and the Harbor Master regulations. So by combining them into our bylaws, what we're doing in essence is giving the people of Ipswich the right to vote on how they want to be regulated on the waterways. This puts local control over everything from the fine amounts to the actual operations of motorboats, the management of the waterways, piers, town wharfs, and also allows us more control over how we find people and where that money actually ends up. If we find people with a state violation, that goes strictly to the state. If we have a bylaw that mirrors that, we're allowed to keep the money at the town of Ipswich. So on top of those main articles, there's an amendment, a change in here that adds language that puts the harbor master in charge of the mooring rules and regulations. That was at the request of the Government Study Committee simply for clarification. As it currently stands now in Ipswich and has for the last 75 years, the harbor master controls those regulations. This is just simply a clarification. It doesn't change anything. It just gives it more backing when we go to court or when someone questions who has the authority to do X. It's plainly laid out in our town meeting bylaws. And so I'm hoping for your support for the clarification and giving me the authority in my department to regulate the boat operations, regulate activities on the town wharf, and then strengthen our abilities to make fines and penalties enforced. On a second thing, the mooring fees are still controlled by the select board, so that has nothing to do with my department, and the fines will be controlled by this board, this town meeting. So going forward, any monetary or regulatory things have to come from either the select board or this town body. Thank you.
Thank you. Linda, the select board's position on this?
Select Board was 3-1 in favor.
Okay, and Mr. Burke, the Finance Committee's endorsement?
The Finance Committee unanimously supports this article. With the annual increase in recreational and commercial activities in and on our waterways, the Finance Committee believes the amendments reflected in this article appropriately address the needs of the community and the safety of all. Passage of this article has no direct fiscal impact. Thank you.
Okay. Like Article 16, there's going to be a motion to amend under this article. So the main motion, the chief's motion, is that we adopt Article 23 as written. The petitioner under Article 25 took out a separate article to change one subsection, Section 9. He didn't need to do that. All he needed to do to come to this meeting with a motion to amend the chief's proposal. And since then, he's just agreed to do that. So that he's going to have a motion to amend one part of all of Article 23. And that is subsection 118.9. Essentially to change the approval to the select board from the harbor master. So I'll just tell you let's see if there's any debate, and then we'll go to that in timely. Sir.
Hey, Bob Hegarty, 82 High Street. Just a couple of questions. What exactly do the Ipswich waterways consist of?
Okay. Anything else?
Yes. In B number 4, 5, and 6, crossing or jumping vessel wakes. I mean, if you're driving with other boats around, there's no choice but to cross a wake. And no operating the personal watercraft while towing persons on water skis, tubes, or surfboards, which is one of the things they're actually designed to do. So I'm curious about why that would be.
Chief, can you answer his questions?
Sure. Actually, those are all currently in our waterways regulations. Okay. And they're enforced through the state. There are actually state regulations on that as well. So that's what a lot of these are doing, is mirroring them. Mm-hmm. The water skiing is for like in a mooring field and things like that. And that's been in existence, as I said, for years. So everything that we're putting in here is already basically in the state law or the harbor master rules and regulations.
Right. Is it worded this way? Because the way I read this is, if I'm on Ipswich waterways, I cannot tow somebody on a tube, period, is how that reads. If maybe I'm reading it wrong, I don't know.
No, it currently exists as that.
Okay.
Yep.
Good. Thank you.
Okay. Does anybody else want to offer anything on this? Okay, so we'll go to, sir.
Chris Murray, 37 Summer Street, Chairman of the Waterways Advisory Committee. And this topic related to this article and the one following it have been a subject of extensive research and debate.
All right. Can I ask you to hold? I want to see if anybody has anything about this except for 118.9, which is the appointments in charge. And then we'll get to you next.
Yes, hello, Dale Welch, 10 Seaview Road, specifically about, paddling watercraft.
What section is that?
That would be 118-13.
13, okay.
And then the restrictions. So I'm an avid kayaker in the Ipswich water, and the number 2 where you must remain out of the boat channel. First of all, it's not always clear what the boat channel is. And 2,
That must be frustrating.
if you're going across it, then you have to go through the boat channel. I would say that most kayakers don't want to be in the boat channel because that's where all the power boats are. So I mostly am concerned about the word must.
So the chief will speak to that.
Sure.
Thank you.
That's actually a recommendation from the state itself, and it's in their state waterways regulations under, CMR 310, or, I'm sorry, Chapter 91, I believe, or, but those are just recommendations. You can cross the channel. What that's for is a clearly defined and marked channel, because paddleboarders can go in smaller waters and maneuver easier. And motorboats obviously have to stay in the channel, otherwise they run aground. That's why that's in there to recommend and that they cannot be in it if it's safe to do so. But they can cross it, and so.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. So now let's take up this motion to amend. Can we go to the next slide? Yeah. So Gary Champion was a petitioner under Article 25, which, as I said, was unnecessary because all he had to do was bring this, and he's doing just that. And it's the most efficient way to handle both of these articles together. So when we get to 25, it'll just simply be a motion to take no action, because we're going to do all the debate about this section 118.9 right now. So Gary Champion of Palomino Way moves to amend the main motion under Article 23 by replacing the third sentence in section 118.9 with the following text, quote, "The select board shall approve the harbor master office mooring rules and regulations of the waterways and any changes thereto, provided, however, that before approval or making any such changes, the select board hold public hearings in accordance with General Laws 1513. Is there a second to that motion to amend? Seconded. Okay. So now, Mr. Champion, I will recognize you, and debate is, motions are 3 minutes per person. However, because he did have a second article, and technically he could have taken 5 minutes to do that, I'll give you 5 minutes. So the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator, and thank you for town meeting for hearing me out. The October 2020 town meeting approved bylaw 118-9 on the Waterways Advisory Committee that was submitted by the Government Study Committee. Oh, sorry, introduction. Gary Champion, 3 Palomino Way, longtime Ipswich boater, very active with the Waterways Advisory Committee for many years, and I am a member of the Town Government Study Committee. So last meeting, town meeting approved this bylaw 118-9 that was recommended by the Government Study Committee, and you'll see it on under Article 25 on page 56 of this town meeting report. Thank you. The select board, it says, the select board appoints the Waterways Advisory Committee and sets its charge. It says the town manager appoints the harbor master. It says that the harbor master is a non-voting member of the Waterways Advisory Committee. So Waterways Advisory Committee is responsible to advise the select board and town meeting on regulations. The proposal by the harbor master is that the harbor master have sole authority to make and approve regulations, which appears to contradict the purpose and process of bylaw 118-9 approved by town meeting last October. These are regulations over what is arguably the largest and most used open public space in Ipswich. These are regulations over state and federal waterways. These are regulations over state public tidelands underwater that over 1,000 boat moorings connect to. From 2011 through 2016, Town Council advised the Select Board that state laws designate the harbor master with sole and exclusive authority to approve mooring and waterways regulations. He advised that the Select Board and Town Meeting have no authority over the harbor master. In 2016, the Select Board asked the Town Government Study Committee to look into this. One of the findings came from the Department of Environmental Protection, which administers state laws. A 2017 memorandum from the Department of Environmental Protection and a 2000 memorandum from the Attorney General's Office affirmed the town meeting's right to determine regulations authority and to limit the scope of the harbor master's authority. That's what we're proposing in this main motion amendment. Let's see. The Government Study Committee researched 30 other Mass coastal towns. The research found that only the Chatham Harbor Master approves regulations and with very limited authority. UMass Boston Urban Harbors Institute develops long-term harbors and waterways plans for cities and towns up and down the Mass coastline and is now working with Ipswich. Urban Harbors Institute also develops training programs for the Mass Harbor Master Training Council. When asked, Urban Harbors Institute said that Chatham is the only town in Mass that they are aware of where the harbor master approves regulations. The most common and proven best practice across Massachusetts is the Select Board approves regulations. This ensures government checks and balances in the regulations, and like other Mass towns, our harbor master should administer and enforce our regulations and be separated from political agendas influenced by special interest groups and favoritism. The Select Board approving the regulations has no downside to the harbor master. This protects the harbor master. At the Select Board warrant hearing, Chair Linda Alexson stated that she believes the Select Board should approve the regulations. Linda is also the chair of the Shellfish Advisory Board. Shellfish regulations are approved by the Select Board. They are administered and enforced by the Shellfish Constable and the Police Department. Chair Alexson said that that proven process will work for mooring and waterways regulations. The Shellfish Advisory Report provided to the Waterways Advisory Committee agrees with Urban Harbors Institute that shellfish and waterways regulations will be more interdependent each year. This makes Select Board approval of both regulations even more important. Traffic, parking, Crane Beach public playfields are among town regulations approved by the Select Board because town regulations are the Select Board's responsibility. Why should mooring and waterways regulations be unique from all other town regulations? Some people have said there's no problems with waterways or complaints, which is disingenuous. Every coastal town has problems and complaints. Approval of the regulations will authorize the Select Board to participate in resolving problems and complaints. Please support Select Board approving our mooring and waterways regulations as proven best practice to ensure checks and balances in government. The moderator has agreed that I can address comments on this motion. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Let's first go to the board's and committee's position on this. Linda, what does the Select Board have to say with regard to Mr. Champion's proposed amendment?
We have not voted on proposed
Okay.
amendment.
Why don't you take a moment, maybe think about that? And does the FinCom have a position on it? On the motion to amend? Okay, all right. So let's go to debate. Mr. Finley.
Thank you. Scott Finley, 2 Bowden Road. For those in the audience who may seek additional clarity about what the previous speaker, the petitioner, is proposing, let me paraphrase. The petitioner is asking to move his citizens petition number 25 in front of Chief Nicholas's article number 23.
No. We're taking his right
His
now.
motion,
Yeah.
okay. The petitioner's article proposes that waterway rules and regulations be overseen by the Select Board and not the Harbor Master, and has handled it without issue for 40 years. What is the big deal, you say? Surely the Select Board could do a good job. Let me offer some additional insight. Our Select Board is a highly capable group, but the job of waterways oversight, unlike shellfish and parking, is a full-time job. It requires a level of expertise that is best addressed by someone who has an intimate knowledge of our coastline, coastal regulations, someone who's on the water almost every day, an individual who understands mooring spacing, swing radius, scope, tides, sandbars, waterway safety, and safe access points. But here are some additional reasons why you should vote against the petitioner's proposal. The law states that each and every town has the right to create a system of governance that works best for them. This is not a one-size-fits-all situation. Just because another town does it one way does not mean that Ipswich is obligated to do the same. Number two, the statement that only one other town in Massachusetts, Chatham, empowers the harbor master to approve mooring regulations is false. Chief Nickus recently reached out to several other towns and found that Hingham, Essex, Beverly, and Orleans also put the power to adopt mooring regulations squarely with the harbor master, and all mentioned having local bylaws or ordinances on regulatory subjects identical to what we are attempting to do in Article 23. Finally, our elected officials are unanimously opposed to petition Article number 25. Waterways Advisory Council 5 to 0 opposed, Finance Committee 8 to 0 opposed, Select Board 4 to 0 opposed. Even Government Study Committee, on which the petitioner serves, voted not to endorse his proposal and instead voted to make 5 suggestions for modifications to Chief Nickus's original Article 23, 4 of which were incorporated. Despite being overruled by his own committee, the petitioner moved forward with his own agenda. So I ask, why do we need to change a process that had worked for our town without issue for over 40 years? I urge you to vote no to the modification to Article 23 and yes to Article 23 in its original form. Thank you.
Oh, come on, no applause, please. We talked about this earlier. No applauding. Anyone? Let's see. Does the select board have their taken a position?
The select board voted 3 to 2 to support amending the article, but that's not our vote on the actual article.
Amending the main motion, you mean?
Yes.
Yep. Mr. Champion's position. 3 to 2 in favor? Is that what you said? Yep.
Oh, yes.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Burke, the FinCom's position on Mr. Champion's motion.
The FinCom opposes the amendment by a vote of 8 to 0, consistent with our opposition to amendment to Article 25.
Thank you. Sir.
Paul Conboy for Intervale Way. The question before the voters is this: who has the expertise and the experience to approve waterways rules and regulations? The Select Board, the Finance Committee, the Waterways Advisory Committee all agree that the Harbor Master has that experience and that expertise. I urge all voters to vote no to this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Wayne.
Wayne Cassenboy, 47 Clark Road. I'm in favor of this amendment. I've been intrigued by this process over the last year and been following it. I have no skin in the game. It's just something I've been following. I acknowledge there's a lot of controversy over this topic, but I've interpreted that controversy has kind of allowed this one issue to go through the normal and great town process we have without being actually looked at closely. And I think it's clouded the process. This one flaw has kind of slipped through, allowing one person to approve our very complicated waterways regulations. And what I've interpreted is it's been conflated with the part of state law that gives harbor masters the authority to approve mooring regulations. Be aware that our waterways regulations are far more complicated, much more expansive than just the mooring regulations, which I agree the harbor master can regulate. So we're talking about a much bigger topic here. This would be unique. There's only one other town, as we've heard, in the state that allows the larger waterways regulations to be approved by the selectmen, Chatham, and it's a very unique situation. Most cities and towns have the select board, the city council, or the harbor commissions approve the larger waterways regulations. Our waterways are very complex. They're going to be increasingly complex as we move forward. We've got a new harbor management plan that's about to be presented with a whole more boatload of recommendations to amend our regulations.
Virtually all regulations in our community are approved by a voting body, not a single individual. That's common practice. I want to be clear that we are lucky that our harbor master, Chief Nickus, is an incredible public servant. It has nothing to do with him. We are incredibly lucky to have such a great harbor master and chief of police. But as what was mentioned earlier, this actually protects him. Why do we want to put that burden on him? Waterways will be increasingly controversial, so this amendment relieves him from that controversy, lets him do what he does best, enforcing regulations. Enforcement of regulations should be separate from adopting those regulations. I'm on the Shellfish Advisory Board. I've been there for 30 years. This would be very similar to that process. It works well. The expertise is with the advisory committee, and then it goes up to the select board for a vote. This is the most analogous situation in our community, and that's what this would recommend. It just makes good sense. Avoid the noise of the controversy, and I urge you to vote in favor of this amendment.
Thank you. No applause. So when the select board reported their position on Mr. Champion's amendment, there was a misunderstanding.
No,
So
we're good. We're 3-2.
you're good. 3-2 in favor. Okay. All right. Sir?
David Lawrence, 11 High Street. My question about this amendment is I reviewed it and looked through it a lot, and I don't really see the problem it's intended to solve. I do feel like our waterways are a critical part of the town, and we've managed them pretty well so far without a lot of trouble. So I'm a little nervous about trying to fix something that ain't really broke, as they say. I would also like to add that involving people who don't really have the day-to-day understanding of the complexities involved will slow things down. So I would like to recommend that we not adopt this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anyone else care to, sir? Sir?
Mr. Moderator, move the question, please.
Okay, hold on. So I'm going to let Mr. Champion respond for 3 minutes, and then we'll take that up, whether to move the question.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. This, as Mr. Finley said, is not about the... I'm sorry. Can you hear now? This is not suggesting that the Select Board oversee implementation or enforcement of regulations at all. This is about the 5-member Select Board holding public hearings so that everyone can participate in approving and amending. Then the police Harbor Master Department oversees, administers, and enforces. Other towns, I said the Government Study Committee surveyed 30 towns. That's looking at their websites, looking at their bylaws, looking at calling their harbor masters. And of those 30 towns, Chatham was the only one that we found. So that's the fact. The Government Study Committee had a split vote on this. The Government Study Committee had a split vote on presenting this town with a bylaw amendment that I'm presenting to you now. Essex, for example, was named as a town where the harbor master approved regulations. I spoke with the Essex harbor master 2 weeks ago, and he says it is he and the select board that develop the regulations, not just the harbor master. We now have, through further information, a majority vote of the select board to approve this modified main motion. I think the select board has, we elect them to do this work for us. They approve, there are utility commissioners. They approve all the other regulations that we have. Why? Because they're smart people, they sit in the room, they listen to the best advice that they can be given. The public can participate in all the public meetings, ask questions, make suggestions, and that works. That's the system we have for all other regulations, and there's nothing that would say it isn't going to work extremely well for this as well. This is checks and balances in government. To have the person, one person, write the regulations, approve the regulations, and enforce the regulations, and then handle complaints about the regulations is not a good idea. Please vote in favor of this. It's the best thing for the town. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to take up the gentleman in the yellow shirt there, called the question. And this takes a 2/3 vote. That is to call the question to stop debating and go to the vote on the amendment. So all those in favor in stopping the debate and going to the vote, please press 1. No, it's not an amendment. You don't need to. Just all right. Just call it. Who's that in the yellow shirt? Your name, sir?
Bill Fabry.
Right. Bill Fabry calls the question. Yes or no? Okay. All right. So vote yes if you want to stop debate and go to the vote, and vote no if you want to keep debating this. Five seconds, 7 seconds. Okay, that motion carries 296 to 30. The 2/3 vote to stop debate. So now we go to the question on Mr. Champion's proposal. Can you put that slide back up? So he wants to change one sentence in section 118.9 in the chief's article. Okay, all those, this is a simple majority vote. All those in favor, please press 1. No, press 2. And voting is open. Seven seconds. No, we are not. Okay, I declare the motion fails, 105 to 223. Now, the motion to amend failed. So now we are stuck with the original version of Article 23. And this requires a simple majority vote, and so we'll go that. All those in favor of the chief's proposal, please press 1 for yes and 2 for no. Okay, I declare the motion carries 283 to 46. Article 20, no applause, please, no applause. Let's go. Article 24, let's maintain our town meeting etiquette here. It's totally inappropriate. Chief, Article 24 is criminal disposition. Chief Nickus is harbor master, moves to amend Chapter 325 of the Ipswich General Bylaws as set forth in Article 24, the warrant for this town meeting. Is there a second? Second, thank you. Chief.
Good evening. Good afternoon. Chief Nickus, Juniper Street. This article simply is the mechanism to incorporate the fine system for any violations of the bylaws that you just approved. It just, as you can see from the existing bylaw, it's all of our other bylaw regulations and the fine amounts so that you can enforce them and point the bylaw to this other bylaw for enforcement and for finability. Thank you.
Okay. The select board, Linda?
Unanimously in support.
Unanimous in support. Thank you. Michael, Mr. Burke, excuse me. Joe Burke from the Finance Committee.
The Finance Committee unanimously supports this article. As with the previous article, with the annual increase in recreational and commercial activities on our waterways, this article will clarify and codify the enforcement of financial penalties for waterways violations. Passage of this article may enable the town to capture additional revenues for violations, but has no direct impact on the tax rate. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone care to be heard on this? So we'll go to a vote. This is, again, a simple majority vote, Article 24. All those in favor, press 1, and opposed, press 2. Okay, I declare that passes by a majority vote, 294 to 9. Mr. Fay, as I told you, we're going to suspend at 1 o'clock unless there's a motion, a meeting agrees to go further. I'll recognize Mr. Fay from the Finance Committee.
I move to extend town meeting until the completion of the warrant.
Second, okay. Is anybody opposed to that? All right, I declare that passes by unanimous consent. So we'll finish the warrant. Article 25. Well, we already gone through this, so Mr. Champion of Palomino Way moves that the meeting take no action under this article. Is there a second? Second. Is anybody opposed to not doing anything on 25? Okay, I declare that passes by unanimous consent. Article 26. Appointing authority of the Finance Committee. So I have a position on this, and I am going to recuse myself, and I nominate Jim Engel as a temporary moderator to superintend the debate and voting on this. Is anyone opposed to Jim Engel moderating this? Okay, I declare that passes by unanimous consent. You read this, and then take a second. Let him make his pitch. Take the select board's position, the finance committee's position, debate. I'll say something, and when I'm done, I'll say, I have a motion. That's the next slide. Who would move you because
We're now considering Article 26, the appointing authority of the Finance Committee. The motion is Michael Doherty of Appleton Park moves to amend Chapter 35 of the Ipswich General Laws as set forth in Article 26 of the warrant for this town meeting. Mr. Doherty.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Good afternoon, everyone. I tell you, Linda, I really am liking the Saturday town meeting. This is nice. So for a little history lesson, for those of you especially new to town who may not be aware, the Finance Committee is a 9-member committee, and their responsibility is to advise town meeting, you all, on how to vote on these articles that are before us. How we are made up is we are appointed by 3 separate authorities. We're appointed by the Select Board, a majority vote from them, the moderator, a single vote from him or her, and the majority vote of the body of annual town meeting, you guys. What my citizen's petition, and just to clarify, this is me as a citizen, not me as a Finance Committee member. What my citizen's petition would do is shift the appointing authority from those 3 separate authorities to 1, you all. The Finance Committee has a fiduciary duty to report to you guys with the best of our ability going through annual town meeting warrant and special town meeting warrant how to vote. Now you can either follow that advice or go with your own advice. But because we report to you, or because the Finance Committee reports to you, it is most appropriate that you are the ones who appoint the members that sit on that committee. The Finance Committee does not answer to the moderator. The Finance Committee does not answer to the Select Board. The Finance Committee answers to you. So you should be the ones that appoint us. Now, the beauty about this is that we're not reinventing the wheel here, right? Because you guys just did that earlier this morning. You reappointed Rob White for another 3 years. So basically, what you would have done if all 9 members were appointed, you would have appointed 2 more people, and then next year, 3, the following year, 3, the following year, back to those original 3. And that's how this would be made up. We need to make sure that, especially in local government, we have as much transparency as possible. And in my opinion, and in others' opinions, this is the best way to do that. Town meeting is the purest form of democracy. It gives everyone the ability to jump in, have their voices heard. And if you want to make sure that the Finance Committee has the purest autonomy and has the ability to do what they are supposed to do, then this article would ensure that, because you guys would be deciding who sits up here. The Finance Committee supports this. The Select Board, one of the appointing authorities, supports this. One additional factor that I found interesting, and this was actually after I already thought about the original article, was the fact that this would give the school committee say on who is up on this committee. The school committee, as you guys know, they have more than 50% of the town budget, yet they have no say on who sits on the Finance Committee. I thought that was a little odd. But with this article, that would change that. And why? Because during the warrant hearings, when all the boards go through the warrant and gives their support, they would have to give their opinion on the person that is being recommended to be on the Finance Committee. Something they are able to do with 3 of the members, but not all 9. So again, the only reason why you wouldn't want to support this is because you say to yourself, well, we've been doing this since 1937. That's when the Finance Committee was created. Why are we changing it now? Well, if we had that mentality throughout the history of this country, can you imagine where we'd be? We need to continually update our laws. We need to continually see what's the best practice, how to make sure that every citizen has an input, how to make sure there is transparency in the process. And in my opinion and others' opinions, the Select Board's opinions and the Finance Committee's opinions, this is the best way to do that. So with the Finance Committee, with the Select Board, and with those that signed the citizens petition, I urge you to support this. Make it so that you people have the power to decide who vets the booklet that you get mailed to at your house and that you have to go to for advice on how to vote. Thank you.
Select Board,
The Select Board was 3-1 to support this.
and the Finance Committee?
Christie Set, Finance Committee. The Finance Committee supports this by a 4-3 vote, with 1 abstention, Mike Doherty being this his article, he did not vote. I think it's pretty simple to summarize the people in favor. I think Mike did a good job of that, saying this is your advisory council. So it does stand to reason that you all should select who is put in charge of advising you. The 3 dissenting votes, probably the best way to summarize their opinion would be, well, town meeting does appoint 3 people, and they do elect a town moderator. So I suppose if you were unhappy with the town moderator's appointed person, then you could always vote out that town moderator for someone you think would do a better job appointing. And same with the Select Board. So that's more or less our take on it. We have a 4-3 in support of this article.
Go ahead. Cheb Whitten?
Cheb Whitten with the school committee. The school committee voted 1-5 to not support this article. Thank you.
Hearing from the committees, we'll open it for general debate. Mr. Schaaf.
Thank you. What do I call you, Mr. Interim Moderator? Or?
Just sir.
We know you're not worn out, but anyway, I stand here as one of the 3 that oppose this article, and I stand here to oppose the article and explain why. My opposition is twofold. And with all due respect to my colleague and the petitioner, this is a solution looking for a problem. I don't find it compelling that we should continually update the procedures and approaches that the town uses to operate government merely because we should always be updating. We should change when there's a rationale and when we can do things better.
The Finance Committee, sure, you can complain about this and that, and I've been a member for a long time, and I certainly have complained about this and that, but the fact of the matter is it functions pretty well. It ain't broken. My second objection to it is that it's impractical. The Finance Committee has had an opening for several months, maybe somebody knows, but several months we've had one applicant for that position. It'd be great if the people in here stood up and said, I want to be in the committee, you know, I want to be in the committee. This is a lot of hard work. Folks generally are not all that enthusiastic about the daily grind of this and the nitty-gritty of the budget. So I just don't see that the town meeting is going to arise up with folks and say, yeah, how about Mary, how about Bill? It's impractical. I oppose it. It's not going to accomplish anything. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Gary Champion, 3 Palomino Way. Some folks aren't aware that we have to have a finance committee by state law. It's mandated that we have a finance committee, and the purpose was originally to make advice on finances. But our bylaws say that finance committee advises on every single warrant article. That's a big responsibility. And it seems to me that like electing the select board to represent us, town meeting should elect finance committee members to basically advise and represent us. It makes perfect sense. And I always look at things in charters and bylaws long term. Right now we've got really good select board, really good finance committee, really great school committee, and they all work with integrity, but that's not always true. You can end up, and we have had select boards that are not maybe so sincere, and they maybe choose somebody to be on the finance committee because there's an agenda that person is going to try to drive forward. So the way to resolve that is town meeting makes this decision that actually elevates the awareness of town meeting about appointments on every time, and perhaps encourages more people, like Mr. Shapia said, to put their name on a list. When the next vote comes on, when there's an opening, I'd like to be at the select board here and to be interviewed. So I think this is a great process. I thank Michael for bringing us forward. Thank you.
Please.
Clark Ziegler, 10 Woods Lane. Mr. Moderator, I'm strongly opposed to this article. The purpose of a finance committee is to provide unvarnished analysis and opinion on every warrant article in the best long-term interest of the community. And making membership in the finance committee a popularity contest at town meeting, in my mind, defeats the entire purpose of having a finance committee. As you know, I was a member of the Finance Committee for 15 years, a number of those years as chair. I was appointee of the then town moderator, Jim Grimes. I was never asked to do anything but do to the best of my ability to be honest, to work hard, and sometimes those are unpopular positions. Some of you may recall that the mosquito special town meeting where we had more than 1,000 people turn out. And as chair of the committee, I almost needed a police escort to stand up and present the Finance Committee's recommendation because it was unpopular. The way I was appointed and the way the appointments happen now, members are insulated from that kind of passion of the moment. That's the purpose of having a Finance Committee, having good, long-term, independent advice, and I urge that you all vote no on this article. Thank you.
Helen Weatherall, 44 Fellows Road. I want to, first of all, thank Michael Doherty. I think it's a tremendous proposal. I support it. I just want to mention that I did a sort of informal poll at one point and discovered that no one I asked had any idea that the moderator had any role whatsoever appointing members of the Finance Committee. I think anything that increases transparency and increases and supports and adds strength to democracy should be embraced. And so I encourage everyone to support Michael's petition. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator, for recognizing me. I oppose this motion for 3 reasons. It would make the Finance Committee an entirely self-appointed body. It would then become an autocratic, not a democratic body, and is just not good for this town. By way of background, I should point out that Town Meeting Time, the manual that I follow to run town meeting, describes the FinCom as follows. During the winter months, there are no harder working town officials than the members of the Finance Committee as they study the requests of the department's heads and in accordance with their duty to prepare the budget. And I can tell you that in February, March, and April, they have 2-3 meetings a week, and they can go late. So we are all in their debt for these hardworking volunteers, for the tremendous amount of time that they put into the process preparing for town meeting, and we usually have 2 in a year. But the appointment structure that we have has been in place since 1948 is flawed. This proposal would make it worse, and we should not do it, and here's why. The 3 town meeting appointees, and Mr. Doherty would like to have all 9 of them appointed, they're not town meeting appointees. They're Finance Committee appointees. They're appointed by and reappointed by the Finance Committee. You notice, I've been moderating for 10 years. I've never seen anyone in an annual town meeting contest this. And there are 2 problems with the Finance Committee being self-appointed. First of all, it's just not democratic, it's autocratic. Autocracy is not good. And secondly, their being self-appointed affects how they view themselves, and it implicitly encourages them to get out of their own lane and take on the jobs of others. The Feffys was a classic example. They didn't think the school committee was up to it, so they went out and hired their own experts. We know how that turned out. Historically, finance committees were always appointed by the moderators. Why? Because the moderator is neutral and the finance committee is advisory. So the moderator is like the presiding officer, the neutral and everything, and the finance committee is like the Ways and Means Committee of the town meeting. And today, most towns follow that. The moderator appoints them all. Some have changed them, like ours. In 1948, we changed it to the three different appointing structures: the moderator, select board, and town meeting. And many towns do have the select board appoint FinCom members. There's pushback on that because that violates the separation of powers, right? The select board are executives, and it should be the legislative that appoints them. But I know of no town that has the annual town meeting appoint, much less reappoint the finance committee members. I'm not looking for more work. My practice of appointing them is to go to the people in town, the Bill Wassipins, the Bill Kraft, Jim Engel, Bob Weatherall, and ask, who do you think would be appropriate? And I interview people. Now, there's a vacancy, and I'm looking to fill it, and I've been looking since January. And I've got 4 people in the mix now, and I've already interviewed others. And I also go to the principals of the middle school and the high school and ask them, who were the involved parents? Because that's where people really start their civic involvement, right? Through your kids, raising your kids up. So I do spend time looking for it. And to be honest with you, like I say, I'm not looking for more work. I'm happy to do it. And then when the next moderator comes along, the next moderator can come along and do it. But this idea would be bad. The FinCom would become entirely self-appointed. It would be an autocracy, and that's not good. And when the debate is over, Mr. Moderator, I have a motion. Thank you.
Mr. Burke.
Thank you, Jim. Joe Burke, presently a member of the Finance Committee. I've just got a couple of thoughts I'd like to share. Hopefully I can read my scribbled notes. But I'm one of the 3 that oppose this in the Warren hearing for reasons that I believe that the three appointing authorities, having three different appointing authorities, allows us to have some diversity across the board, as well as allow access to expertise of the different silos, having the select board, town meeting, and the third one escapes my mind, but participate brings a lot of credibility and a lot of expertise. Now, I'm approaching the end of my second year, and I've thoroughly enjoyed this. I had no idea, 2.5 years ago, I never thought I'd be doing this, but I was approached because there were some openings. I told folks it was going to take a learning curve, but I was committed to learn and work and show up, and I've thoroughly enjoyed it. I would encourage others to get involved. Look on the town website at other committees and boards that have vacancies. If you want to start to contribute, get involved there. I was appointed by the select board, and I would like to dismiss or challenge the insinuation that folks become a puppet of the appointing authority. I've had virtually little contact with the folks that appointed me on the select board, and they trust that I'm going to work with the best interests of the town and use my own good instincts and not expertise, but developing expertise. But the folks I work with, ethical, hardworking, and I would just say to folks, get involved. I'm open to suggestions or improvements if we end up doing something a little bit different. I certainly can work with that. But I've thoroughly enjoyed the time, and I would encourage other folks to get involved. Thank you.
Mr. White?
Rob White, 91 Pine Swamp. I've been on the Finance Committee 18 years, and thank you for your vote on Article 2. I like the ability to be elected by town meeting, and the reason I'm speaking right now really ties to the moderator's comment that it's self-elected, because that's not the case. When I started in 2003, it was at least 2 candidates, maybe 3 candidates, and it was a fantastic experience being voted in with your body. So you're sitting back here and they're voting yes and no. The person next to you is voting for you or against you. And at the end of the day, we're all in this to serve you, the town meeting. So really, the alignment that this article does that allows town meeting to decide who's representing them for independent information is a good model that we should try. Now, we can change this back. This isn't permanent, but we should give it a shot. Now, with regard to our body, our Finance Committee body, we have a strong board, and I find it exciting to work there. But one of our leaders is Jamie Fay. Jamie Fay comes in through the moderator. He is an outstanding board member, along with many of our alumni that have, and I'm seeing alumni everywhere. And when you build up this knowledge, you communicate at town meeting. You can ask any probing question you'd like during our meetings. We like that. We expect that, and it's in our town's best interest. But, the alignment is really the only reason to change this, and we can change it back if we need to. But I just wanted to give a different state of opinion. Thank you.
I had earlier said that Tom was going to come back, so after Tom speaks.
Okay. So, Mr. Moderator, I have a motion, and if you could put the slide up. So I move to refer everything under this article to an ad hoc committee of town moderator, town manager, chair of the select board, and Jim Engel to study this. And, this is not something to do on fly. It's worthwhile to consult reports from the Mass Moderators Association, the Mass Municipal Association, and figure out, they haven't changed the appointing structure of the FinCom since 1948. How should we do it? Many towns have formed, like the moderator appoints 4 and the select board will appoint 3. They'll have, as I said, a lot of them have just a moderator, but many of them have the select board, the chairs of the 3, any combination of them. And so rather than take a position on this up, down right now. I think this deserves some further study, so refer it to an ad hoc committee. Have the committee come back at the next meeting in the fall if there's a result, or if not, the following spring to make a presentation. Thank you.
It's been moved and seconded. It's motion to refer to an ad hoc committee takes precedent over the main motion. So is there any, let me ask the select board, the finance committee, and the school committee if they have positions on the motion to refer to an ad hoc committee.
I'll just say that this is very different, that we haven't had a chance to discuss this, and it's very different than what the main motion was, so we don't have a position.
So the select board chooses not to record a position. Finance committee?
So, Jim, I would say the same. We haven't obviously canvassed ourselves on this, so.
Okay. And the school committee? Yes. Point of order.
It is unclear what this motion would do. If we vote this down, do we go back to the main motion?
I'll look to George Hall to.
Okay, so we vote down and then we go to the original motion. Thank you.
Right, if you vote it down. If you vote it up, you do not go back to the main motion. So. School committee reports 4-2 in favor of the ad hoc committee. Mr. Doherty.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Really briefly, I encourage further study, of course. That's why we have the government study committee, et cetera. What concerns me is who's going to be studying it. I think it would be better if there was more outside influence. You know, I don't have a Facebook page anymore. It was probably one of the best decisions I ever made. But But that being said, when I did have a Facebook page, you know, there have been comments over the years about people sitting on current boards. It's a club, you know, they appoint people they know, et cetera. And I'm not saying that happens by any means, but the perception out there is that that's what happens. So that was one of the purposes of trying to make this process a little more transparent. Now, I think having a committee to study this is not a bad idea, but I do question the people who will be sitting on the committee to study this. Thank you.
I take no offense. Is there any other discussion on the motion to form an ad hoc committee? Yes, sir.
Keith Anderson, 14 Manning Street. I'm not necessarily for or against the main article, but I am in favor of the current motion. Rob White, to quote you, let's give it a shot. Why not study it for one more cycle and do it right, rather than having a town meeting where everybody left after the harbor master articles decide what is truly an important issue. So thank you. I support the amendment.
Mr. Champion.
Thank you, Mr. Temporary Moderator. Would these meetings be posted on the calendar on the town website so that more people can attend? It's a very good point Michael's made about who's making up the committee. I also think a government study committee should certainly be somehow related to this, but this would be an ad hoc committee. Excuse me. So could there be notification of when the meetings are going to be, currently and put on Zoom or back into buildings just let people know they're going to. Can we be assured of that, please?
Well, I certainly would offer my personal assurance that that's how it would operate.
Good enough for me.
We have a motion to move the question and a second. We'll do this on a voice vote. All those in favor of moving the question? Aye. All those opposed? Hearing none, the motion to move the question passes. So now on the motion to refer to an ad hoc committee, we'll bring it up on the screen. Yeah. Okay, you can go ahead and vote. You're voting on the motion to form an ad hoc committee. Okay. So is the clock running? Okay, so now you should vote. So the motion carries 120 to 56 to form an ad hoc committee. On the basis of that, we'll move to Article 27, and I'll remove myself.
Okay. Where are we here? Okay. Article 27. All set. All right, Ed Marsh of Woods Lane moves to amend Chapter 25 of the Ipswich General Bylaws as set forth in Article 27 of the warrant for this town meeting. Is there a second?
Second.
Second. Mr. Marsh.
Ed Marsh, 23 Woods Lane. You're going to hear from me several times this afternoon, and animating each of these is what I think is kind of a fundamental American inclination to be skeptical of authority. I actually had put together a number of slides to support my presentation. I learned 2 days ago that I wouldn't be able to use them, but I've made them available online if you'd like to follow them as we speak. You can go to atmslides.com. So just pull out your phone, atmslides.com. Thomas Jefferson told us repeatedly that we needed to be careful, that we needed to hold authority accountable. And that's not just officials, but it's also a minority of citizens. If you're following along, you can look at slide 4. If I told you that we were going to let the citizens of Los Angeles run the United States, you'd think I was nuts. But there's 2.95 million people in Los Angeles. There's 350 million in the U.S., and that is about 1.2%. But it would be a crazy idea. That's exactly analogous to what our current town meeting does. In a town of 13,000 diverse residents with 11,000 registered voters, we only require 200 people to convene a town meeting, and only 2/3 of those are required for major policy changes. 133 people out of 13,000 residents. We've given control of our town to a tiny group of particularly active and ideological residents, just as assuredly as if we had granted control of the United States to the population of Los Angeles. It's absurd. We now hold the town to a lower standard than we hold ourselves. If you're following along, look at slide 5. Before you would spend several $1,000s on a vacation, you would think very carefully about it. Before you adjust your grocery budget, you think about it. Your household expenses, everything receives scrutiny. You won't, and you can't lower the bar on a budget. So you probably see $8,100 as a significant number worth saving. Where's that $8,100 number come from? Well, with 5,700 households in Ipswich and a municipal budget of approximately $46 million, that's your share. So let's go to slide 6. Moderator, next slide, please. But we're told by the powers that be that people simply won't participate. We're told of meetings that were delayed until quorum was achieved. I don't buy it, and you probably don't either. If you spend months considering whether to spend a couple $1,000s on vacation, you'll spend time thinking about whether you should spend $8,100. And in 2019, for instance, 1,848 of 10,921 registered voters voted in election. That's 17%. This article only asks for just over half of that. And hopefully today's electronic voting article will support it so people aren't uncomfortable standing up in front of their friends and neighbors and taking uncomfortable positions. So let's be clear. This article only asks for about 720 of 13,000 voters to enact key policy changes. That's 5.5%. Now, some are going to disagree. You'll hear several arguments. We don't have space for 1,090 people. Well, honestly, that's the responsibility of the town authorities to figure out. It's not our job. We can raise the questions, and they have to address the things that we're asking. We might not be able to convene a town meeting. Town operations might be impinged. Well, again, it's their job to get the voters there. If voters decide that the best way to control runaway spending is passive-aggressively, that's the voters' decision to make. It's unwelcome, certainly, to those who exercise authority with the money, but nevertheless, it's the citizens' prerogative. You're going to hear that any major expense goes to a vote, so it doesn't really matter anyway. But let's think about that. A $10 million bond would require a vote, but a $46 million budget doesn't? It doesn't make sense. Additionally, it doesn't address the issues of major policy changes, such as some of the zoning stuff, like the bylaw that would have required new building permits to reject fossil fuel. So, if you're following along slide 7, it's an unsupportable situation to have a homogeneous 1% of the town's diverse population dictate how we live. Ask yourself, if folks are resisting this so strongly, why would that be the case?
Okay, thank you. Linda, the select board?
Tammy Jones for the select board.
Tammy Jones, CV Road, on behalf of the select board. Select board unanimously opposes this motion. As everybody knows, no one is ever prohibited from coming to our town meeting. We encourage all people to come to town meeting. We will always find room, no matter how many people come. But we do oppose the idea of increasing the minimum number of people who have to be at town meeting in order for our government to function. We encourage everybody to come to town meeting twice a year, but we strongly oppose this motion.
And just, Mr. Doucette for the FinCom, and I think the figure thrown out in the presentation was wrong. This change would change the quorum to 10%, and today that would be 1,163 people. So with that clarification, the FinCom's position?
Yeah, Chris Doucette, Finance Committee. We unanimously oppose this bill, or this article. Reason being is just for what the town moderator just mentioned. I mean, I think we had a little over 300 people today. This is a very good showing for town meeting. To expect us to triple that number, I think, is unrealistic, or we think is unrealistic. In addition, I think we respect the residents' right not to take an active hand in how the town is run. And by requiring 10% quorum, you're kind of forcing a significant number of people to show up and participate, which, as was mentioned before by the select board, everybody is welcome here. So that's our unanimous opposition.
Okay. Anyone else care to be heard on this? Yeah.
The school committee recommended to not support 0 to 7. The last time we saw 1,200 people at the town meeting was for the school vote in the gym, and that was a town-wide record of attendance. So I don't think it's a practical amendment. Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay, so we'll go to a vote. This requires a simple majority vote. All those in favor, press 1. Can we set the timing to 10 seconds? So it'll be 10 seconds to vote. 1 for yes and 2 for no. What's that? Okay. Okay, that's 150, it fails by 5 to 157. Article 28, Mr. Marsh. Maybe you can stay up here for all the remaining ones, because the last ones are yours. Ed Marsh of Woods Lane moves to amend Chapter 25 of the Ipswich General Bylaws set forth in Article 28 of the warrant for this town meeting. Is there a second? Seconded? Okay. Ms. Marsh.
So again, you can go to atmslides.com, and we'll start with slide 9 if you're following along.
Well, some of your slides, do you want to use the ones that were approved?
I thought that we were.
Some of them were. I sent them back to you.
Right.
All right, you've got them, so you can tell him to advance them as he sees fit.
Good. We often hear the fellow citizens who support us in municipal roles forsake higher potential plan benefits elsewhere for the satisfaction of their jobs and for the retirement benefits to which they're entitled. Teachers, police, fire, public works, and more. Whether you agree with the premise or those generous benefits, we have a moral contract with each person that has entered municipal employment with our assurance that we would honor that agreement. And yet, we continue to shirk that responsibility, or rather, we meet that obligation at an increasing pay-as-we-go cost because our leadership and profligate spending habits have failed to properly fund our OPEB requirement. Now, each of us wrestles with the necessity of deferring some wants today in order to save for retirement. It's not always a cheery set of options that we face. So what's the matter at hand? If you're following along, you can look at slide 10. As of the last published report, 2018, the town has an obligation of nearly $26 million to our active and retired employees. But we've only planned for 14% of it. Now, we heard an updated number today, but it's actually even potentially worse than that. Slide 11 shows that number has certain embedded assumptions about salary increases, mortality, retirement, but also potentially unrealistic growth rates. And the inflation in medical costs is estimated to be 5%. Anybody that participates in paying part of a medical premium is well aware of the explosion of medical costs in the last several years. As you'll see on slide 12, these assumptions are more than just accounting requirements. They actually allow for manipulation of the numbers. You see a screenshot from the report, the town's report itself, showing that the changes between 2016 and 2018, which were actually made in the opposite direction of much of what was happening, changed our obligation magically by eliminating $13 million. That's money that we still owe. We're just changing the way that we say that we owe it. Now, some people call it creative accounting. Some people call it a Ponzi scheme. But you know, at the end of the day, it's a lot more than just the proverbial cost of a cup of coffee a day. Slide 13, moderator, next slide, please. So we ignore it, and we pretend, and we see reports that overstate the progress we've made toward addressing that obligation. And that means that every year we have to pay the difference as we go, and that amount can change dramatically. The report explains in the small print that a mere 1% change in the rate of inflation of medical rates would result in a $400,000 annual change in the pay-as-you-go expense. That's $500,000 almost. We know that the money doesn't grow on trees. Again, if you're following along slide 14, we've got to stop kicking the can. To honor our moral obligations and our financial obligations collectively as a town, just as many of us do, most of us do individually, we have to change. Now, is it going to be easy? No, but doing the right thing really is. Is it inexpensive? No, of course not. But that's not a surprise. We've been whistling past this financial graveyard. Is it necessary? Yes. We have to pay either way. If we don't fund the liability, in other words, save money now towards the requirement later, then our pay-as-we-go obligation will explode. Now, you'll hear objections from the same people that have managed us into this hole, and they'll say, well, you know, we have to worry about the situation with, well, I'm not sure. We'll let them say what they're going to say. The reality, though, is in the report. You can see it by looking at it. We know that the pay-as-you-go requirement is likely to be $1.4 million by 2030 based on these revised estimates. That's about 7% of this year's proposed municipal budget. But that's based on low factors. Is it going to be 10% or 20%? Who knows? You may hear the XYZ towns have done, we're doing well compared to other towns. Anybody here, sitting here voting today from a town besides Ipswich, raise your hand. Of course not, right? So what does it matter what other towns are doing? We have to bite the bullet. We have to do what we've been putting off, and we need to aggressively fund our OPEB obligation and do it with realistic assumptions. That means living within our means municipally. So I ask for your support to stop kicking the can down the road and step up to fully honor our moral obligation to our municipal employees. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Linda? Tim.
And Tammy Jones, 1 Seaview Road, on behalf of the Select Board. As you may have heard me speak on Article 10, OPEB is something that our community, under the leadership of our FinCom and with the great fiscal managers of our financial manager, Sarah Johnson and Tony Marino, we've been working on OPEB for over a decade. We are actually, as I mentioned in Article 10, not kicking the can down the road. We are ahead of the curve, way ahead of the curve. And as an independent actuary said to us, we are better than 85% of other communities in the country. Please continue, as you have in Article 10, to support the good, strong fiscal management that we have. And please pay attention, and if you have questions, please ask us, but please vote this down. Select Board is unanimously opposed to this motion. We have a plan in place, and it's a plan that is working, and it's putting us in a great, very, very sound position, and that sound position has been verified and supported by independent Standard & Poor and other people. So again, the Select Board is unanimously opposed to this motion.
Thank you. Jamie, the FinCom's position?
I know you all would rather be somewhere else right now. Let me make this very brief. 2 points. We have an obligation, it's actually a legal obligation, to fund OPEB. So it doesn't matter what we do about funding it, we're going to have to pay for it anyway. There's no risk to our town employees of not receiving OPEB benefits. Secondly, as was noted, we have a very proactive and effective plan for funding that. This article would essentially place OPEB above every other capital and debt service need of the town. So we would not be, at this town meeting, funding Linebrook Road. We would not be funding tank on the top of Town Hill. We would not be funding the wastewater, the water treatment plant, and many, many other projects. So we try to balance all of our needs and come up with a plan that accomplishes all those goals. I think we do it well, and I urge you to vote against this article.
Thank you. Bill Wasserman.
Road, hello?
Yes,
Okay.
go ahead.
Yeah. I agree completely with Jamie. We have many obligations in town that would be nice to fund, and I only mention the waterworks, which has been denied funding for 50 years, according to Jim Engel. And there are other priorities that are very important. And we seem to be managing just fine as one of the few towns in the state. I think it's elsewhere in this report that has such a high contribution rate to our funding for pensions. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. Anyone else? Mitch?
Mitchell, 33 Summer Street. I do find that funding OPEB is a very important part of town requirements. However, the petitioner failed to really talk about how we would fund it, when he gave his presentation. He didn't talk about that any expenditure in excess of $250,000 shall be presented, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, until we're 75% funded. So I think funding OPEB is an important part, but he intentionally did not discuss how we're going to go ahead and fund the rest of projects in town. So I would oppose this article.
Thank you. Anyone else? Seeing none, we'll go to a vote. Press 1 for yes, 2 for no. This is a simple majority vote. And voting's open for 10 seconds. I declare that fails by a vote of 9 to 125. Article 28, documentation of meetings. Ed Marsh of Woods Lane moves to amend Chapter 35 of the general bylaws as set forth in Article 29 of the warrant for this meeting. Is there a second? Second by who? Did I hear yes? Yes, okay. Second, Mr. Marsh.
So again, if you go to atmslides.com, you can access the materials that I'm referencing. We'll start with slide 17. Have you ever had a reaction where you just kind of said, wait a minute, when did that happen? How did that come about? You know, maybe you suddenly stepped out of a restaurant downtown to have a cigarette after your meal and discovered that you were told you couldn't smoke outside. Do you ever wish you had more information to hold officials accountable for their decisions that could impact you? Not just today, but later in ways that you might not originally have understood? Or maybe you've tried to get involved at different times, but when you discover there's 37 committees, of which maybe half you're interested in, with evening meetings spread across town, you can't do it. And if you're like most other people, you're caring for kids or elderly parents, you're working long hours, including email into the evening, trying to live an active, healthy life and take a moment every now and then to collapse in exhaustion. And for elderly people and others, it may be difficult to get to meetings. Many of us simply don't have time to attend all committee meetings in town, so you hope that nothing too serious happens. If you need to do some research, you rely on the minutes that are presented, that are actually just a distillation of somebody's opinion and interpretation of what transpired. That's a legacy of an era when it was the best option, but it's inadequate and antiquated today. You can join me on slide 21 if you're at atmslides.com. This article proposes that the town take a simple step toward transparency and broad engagement and participation by simply requiring that all meetings be recorded using technology that's inexpensive, reliable, and easily available. Those recordings will be automatically transcribed, as shown on slide 2, and moderator, next slide, please. And they'll be searchable for your reference, whether it's Word docs or PDFs. Join me on slide 23, and you'll see that then they'll be posted to the town website for each of you to access and refer to on demand. The cost is minimal. A Zoom account, a few microphones, perhaps a couple live stream cameras, and perhaps an AI or artificial intelligence transcription service. In my presentation to the Finance Committee, I explained that my research indicates the cost would be about $3,000 annually in subscription costs and about maybe $10,000 in capital equipment. As you'll see on slide 24, you're likely to hear some opposition. You're going to hear that ICAM already does it, except it really doesn't. It only does some meetings. There's no guarantee they'll remain available or easy to find. And they don't provide transcripts, which are really critical to be able to search large volumes in a reasonable period of time. You'll hear it might require some staff to upload videos for free hosting on YouTube and add them to an index on the town website. Yeah, that's true, of course, and many of you do that routinely in your day-to-day work, and you understand that time is minimal. Some committees might not like to have their meetings recorded, we're told. Well, that's an interesting one. Isn't that important information in and of itself? Could there be a more important indicator of the necessity for transparency? We'll be told that we need to undertake full study to see about public meeting laws, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. That sounds to me like somebody saying, we don't want to do this, so we're going to bury it under bureaucracy until you forget about it, so we can just keep going with opaque business as usual. Now, AI transcripts might not be exactly accurate, we're told. And of course, that's true. And there's always video. And AI transcripts are far more accurate than the minutes taken by a distracted person casually reviewed by participants a few weeks later. It's going to take a lot of training, we hear. Sure, it might take a bit. It's easy to do this for remote meetings. And once we get back to life as normal, there are only 11 rooms used for meetings across the town. With a few hours of work, it would be possible to test and optimize the setup for each room, record quick training videos, and provide meeting documentation to the people that organize meetings. But here's the best one. This one came up in some of the pre-warrant hearings. Some meetings were hard to hear during COVID, we're told. So let's really unpack this. What we're being told is we didn't bother to do it right, so we haven't proven that we can, so let's say it's not possible to do it. There's kind of a recurring theme through my articles, that the people that haven't bothered to address some problems are the same ones telling you all the reasons why we shouldn't. You can join me on slide 25, and moderator, next slide, please. Participation in town government shouldn't be limited to those of means who live lives of leisure, or retirees with extra time, or a select few that are particularly ideologically engaged. It's time to bring government to the basic level of documentation that nearly every business long ago achieved. And hopefully this can be the silver lining of COVID. Please join me in voting for this article to put the business of government back within reach of everyone with more interest than time.
Thank you. Linda, the select board's position?
So Select Board was unanimously opposed to this article, and I'll just give you a couple of reasons why. Number one, we already meet all of the requirements for the state's open meeting laws. This lacks some information as to cost to the town, practicality for some smaller committees having the equipment that they would need to videotape. It would create undue burden for some boards and committees and unknown expense, as I just mentioned. The major boards and committees, such as the Select Board, the Finance Committee, Planning, Zoning, and such, are recorded and broadcast on ICAM and available for viewing within a day or two on demand at ICAM's website, as well as being broadcast on local television stations. Most boards and committees, as you just heard, currently meet via Zoom, making it easier for interested citizens to attend and participate. As restrictions are lifted and we move back towards in-person meetings, there is a strong likelihood that Zoom or perhaps other more sophisticated technology may be utilized to continue that level of convenience and participation. All Zoom meetings have recording capability, and I believe are probably used. In the meantime, for this particular article, more information is really needed as to cost and practicality. As I said, the Select Board at this time is unanimously opposed.
Okay, Jamie, Finance Committee position? Thank you.
Finance Committee is unanimously opposed to this article for many of the same reasons that Linda expressed. I will say, though, that as opposed to some of the other citizen petition articles submitted, this one actually got our interest. We thought there might really be something to this and some opportunity here to do things better than we're doing. So we spent a lot of time on it, actually had them come back several times, asked for more information, and we think it's definitely worth exploring further. It's an idea that has some merit to it, and we ought to see if we can find a way to make it work in town, but the way this is presented really is not workable. Let's find out what's involved, how we can do it, what it would cost, how long it would take to implement, and then come back with a plan. So we recommend you vote against this article.
Okay, anyone else? Anyone else? Yes.
Mr. Moderator.
So what was Jamie, what was the vote on the FinCom? 0 to 8.
Point of clarity,
Yep.
actually, it was 5 to 3 against.
It was 5 to 3 against.
5 to 3 against.
Okay, so there was a typo in the, okay, no problem. So the FinCom is 5 to 3 opposed?
Yes.
Right, okay. With that, we'll go to a vote. All those in favor, press 1. Opposed, press 2. And I declare the motion fails, 108 to 25. Article 30, prohibiting warrant articles regarding climate change. Ed Marsh of Woods Lane moves to amend Chapter 25 of the Ipswich General Bylaws as set forth in Article 30 of the warrant for this town meeting. And is there a second? Seconded. Mr. Marsh.
So some quick context. I've lived in Ipswich since 1969. My family, not long after that, built what I believe is the first fully active and passive solar house in Ipswich. We moved into it in December of 1977. For those of you that were around then, you know kind of what's coming next. January of 78, we had a huge storm. You'll see a picture of it on Jill Road if you join me on slide 27 at atmslides.com. I learned some important lessons about renewable energy that day that the people in Texas, or that week, the people in Texas didn't learn until 44 years later this February. The point is, I'm not opposed to green and renewable energy. On slide 28, you'll see a picture. Today, we live on the coast, and that's a large part of the natural beauty and heritage that we each value in Ipswich. And that means that when a full moon coincides with falling barometric pressure and northeast wind, guess what? Water piles up. And you get scenes of flooding on Water Street due to a natural constellation of events, a moontide it's called. And we do call it Water Street after all. You've seen photos like this presented frequently in town meeting. We're told
are actually paying attention. We're the ones who are giving value to people to come forward and to share their opinions and move forward their passions. So I just want to say thank you for all being here. Thank you for coming up. And to Mr. Marsh, as an example, thank you, and Gary Champion, thank you for coming up and voting the way and putting your passions in front of us. It's very important, and it is the spirit of town meeting.
Thank you very much. Anyone else care to be heard? So we'll go to a vote. All those in favor, press 1. Those opposed, press 2. I declare the motion fails, 118 to 10. Article 31, affirmation of Bill of Rights. Ed Marsh of Woods Lane moves that the town meeting require the town manager, finance committee, and select board publish an affirmation prominently featured on the town website as set forth in Article 31 of the warrant for this town meeting. 1 second. So the manual that I'm supposed to follow to run town meeting times, instructs me to inform the meeting if something is not enforceable, such as this, and the last one for that matter. However, it's on the warrant, and Mr. Marsh has a presentation, but the debate will be really what they call a sense of the meeting, what the meeting thinks about it, but it's not going to be enforceable. Mr. Marsh, you have 5 minutes.
So please go to atmslides.com and join me at slide 38. Massachusetts played a pivotal role in the founding and inspired creation of the United States of America. In fact, our town logo persistently reminds us of that. We are the birthplace of American independence. Because in 1687, a local minister denounced arbitrary tax levies and spawned the American Revolution of 1689. Many Massachusetts luminaries, as you'll see on slide 39, participated in drafting and endorsing the Declaration of Independence, and later the Articles and their successor, and our most precious guiding document as well, the Constitution of the United States. In fact, it's little known, but important to understand that when ratification of the Constitution was in doubt, it was John Hancock's Massachusetts Compromise, which was promoted and supported by Sam Adams, that actually enabled the ratification of the Constitution by attaining agreement that the Bill of Rights would be enacted as part of the agreement to ratify the Constitution. In other words, because of Massachusetts natives, the Bill of Rights is part of our sacred document. On slide 40, and moderator, next slide, please. Our ability to live as we want is increasingly subject to capriciously enforced regulations. The town's bylaws get longer every year. The number of finable offenses grows. We heard today we needed an article to just help rationalize the number of fines that are in the articles, in the bylaw now. We're told that we have recourse, but who can afford attorneys and years to try to secure the rights that they were arbitrarily deprived by, in some cases, imperious officials? After all, who dares rock the boat and risk a permit denial for the future? We're increasingly subject to whims of a largely unaccountable authority. Slide 41 reminds you of Jefferson's advice that those whom we've been obliged to trust with power are no longer adequately bound down. And on slide 42, you'll see, I believe, this should be a no-brainer. If we asked our town officials to state that they would abide by the general laws of Massachusetts, they would naturally say yes. We see it today with the face covering requirement because the state had not eased the regulation despite the CDC's guidance. While this article requests a statement that should be every bit as innocuous and sensible, I'm certain that we will hear resistance. Slide 43 shows a couple objections we'll hear. First, the creator. Some of the preliminary hearings on this warrant article hinted at histrionics around this point and reference separation of church and state. This is a principle perverted for convenience. First, it's not part of the Constitution, but a note in a letter written by Thomas Jefferson. Second, the principle is clear, that civilian government is distinct from theology. The principle of separation is to prevent theocracy, like a world where a government and courts built on religion will stone women for adultery. In our case, it's about a country founded by religious exiles, as you'll see on slide 45. They wanted to worship as they wished, not as dictated by the government of England. But further, and more fundamentally, this is a fundamental philosophical question, and it's a critical one. Are our rights ours simply by virtue of birth, or because someone deigns to agree to allow us to have them? The answer is fundamental to our society, in fact, to civilized society globally. Our rights are inherently ours. They aren't to be granted or withheld by our neighbors, or our president, or our press, or our spouses, or anyone. Slide 46 will show you an example of how recently we've seen how terrifying it can be to have the community determine our rights. And on slide 47, moderator, next slide, please, we'll see that our rights are, in fact, ours by birth. So whether your version of the Creator is God, or Yahweh, or Allah, or Gaia, it doesn't matter. They are innately ours. They do not come from the community. They are ours naturally. Slide 48 will point out you're going to likely hear, as I heard during the warrant meetings, that this is a gotcha. Well, I guess in retrospect that may be true. But I have to say, it's only a gotcha for anyone who wants to disregard it. Isn't that a remarkable admission in and of itself? In fact, it reinforces why this is so fundamentally critical. If any of our town government is concerned about being bought by our Bill of Rights, then we have a substantial problem that we ought to know about immediately. If you want an explanation of why this is critical, consider that during one of the preliminary article hearings, a member of one of the communities stated that our human rights come from our community. No, absolutely not. Full stop.
Excuse me, sir. Your time is up. I'll give you a couple minutes to wrap up. Your time is up.
Remember, as you hear protestations that this is unnecessary, the same groups will tell you that have already willfully defied federal law on multiple occasions, at least with marijuana and sanctuary town regulations.
Thank you. Have a seat. The Select Board
Select Board unanimously opposes this article.
and the Finance Committee.
Finance Committee unanimously opposes this article.
Debate. Go to a vote. All those in favor, press 1. Those opposed, press 2. I declare the motion fails, 113 to 8. So I'll entertain a motion to adjourn until the meeting. So, seconded. Thank you, Mr. Kraft. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Motion carries. Thank you all for coming. Appreciate it.